Well, apparently it's about that time. About that time, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, welcome in. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope we're having a good Tuesday, as good as Tuesdays can be. They're kind of a weird. It kind of cuts my head off if I sit up straight. I've been fooling with my camera angle for this position, trying to find kind of just right. I had it real low last time, and then I realized that sort of cuts off, like if I'm doing something with my hands down here, or if I've got a controller, which, you know, watching streams, I like to be able to see what the streamer's kind of getting up to down at desk level. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. Hamburg Tag, good to see you. Vergaderung might be getting a head cold. I'm sorry to hear that. Mr. Square Peg, welcome in. Doing pretty well. Hope you're doing the same. Hamburg Tack, a thunderous good time. There's to Square Crossbow Roof, man. We got all the cool kids in tonight, don't we? We got a follow. We got a lot of follows, actually, between the last stream and this one, but just about an hour ago from one White Fox SG, and there they are. I was just about to say, man, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Do I sound a little echoey tonight? I feel like I sound a little echoey on my monitor, but I can't quite place it. I never know. I never know, like, where I should put my microphone. So I'm always just kind of doing this. Well, maybe we should go over here. Maybe we should go over here. Maybe over here, but kind of pointed at my face. Right? That could work. Let's try that. Let's try, like, right about here. What is the ideal placement? It's like a foot away from your mouth, isn't it? And as long as it's pointed at your mouth. I should eat it. Yeah, no, I think Vergaderung has the right idea. I should just shove it in my fucking mouth and munch it down over the course of the stream. I really think that would bring people in. That would be, what do they call it? Relatable content right there. I think it's because, I believe it is because, hey, Project Dark Fox hitting that big 22. Project Dark Fox, thank you so much for your support in so many ways, not just the subscription. The subscription is the least of it, PDF. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for modding. Thank you. Thanks. Just thank you. Just thank you. Just all of it. Just all the thanks for all the things. I think part of what's throwing me off is it got a little extra noise on the monitor tonight because I've got a new Neptune 2 set up, and I've been running one printer for months, and the sound of two of them is maybe just throwing me off. Just throwing me off the tiniest little bit. Mango Cheesecake, how you doing? How's stuff? Didn't expect to see you over here. Negative Charisma, welcome in. Heard me on the HPG podcast. What'd you think? Yeah, anybody who saw the recent podcasts with Renegade HPG, I didn't really have a plan for it, and I've done a couple of interviews for a couple of podcasts over the last 2 months, and I'm starting to get an understanding of the preparation I need to do beforehand to have more clear talking points. Each one of them has just been kind of stream of consciousness conversational, which has been fun. But every time I go back and listen, I'm like, oh, I should have mentioned this, I should have mentioned that, I should have done the other thing. And I didn't. If I need you, scream a lot. Okay. So if you're in the other room and I'm streaming and you just suddenly hear like blah 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 blah. That's our signal, right? Maybe we should have a code word so I don't have to just scream nonsense. I don't know. I'm thinking about it anyway. I'm doing pretty fantastic, Mango. Now, Mango, you are, I'm not totally current on all the plans, but you are relocating to where my boy DLG is. Is that correct? Because if that's the case, I'm probably gonna have to, like, actually meet you at some point, which should be interesting. Buy y'all some drinks, as it were. Preparation? What's that? I don't know, I've got a tube of it, though. Got my printer fixed up, now I'm printing the biggest thing I have attempted. Negative Charisma, what is that? It was great. I appreciate your story also as a graphic designer. I really like the origin of Thunderhead. Yeah, it's, you know, I got really, really lucky. I've gotten really, really lucky with my branding overall. I think that my logo's pretty great. I don't mean to toot my own horn, though I suppose if there's any place I'm allowed to do that, probably on my stream. I'm probably allowed to toot my own horn here? Is that in the rulebooks? Code word is cupcakes. I might say that conversationally, though. That could come up. We could wind up talking about cupcakes. I'll try not to. Yeah, I thought it was in process. That's exciting, Mango. 6 days, nothing in your house but an air mattress and a heated blanket. Well, those are the essentials, after all. Well, good luck with the traveling. I hate traveling. I hate moving, so I want to wish you luck with that. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. Hopefully the unforeseen circumstances are few and mild, and above all, travel safely. Whether you be driving or flying, obviously there's less choice involved in the flying version. But if you're driving, definitely do so safely. All right, we'll figure something out, PDF. We'll figure something out. Yeah, I definitely got very, very lucky with my logo, being that it is an actual brand that has been associated with my name for the last... God damn, has it been 80 years? It has been. This house I'm in was built 100 years ago as of 2018. I'm in an old-ass house. That's really cool, though, Mango. I'm glad. I'm always glad. Always glad when my boy DLG has something good going on in his life, and you know he seems really excited right now, and so I'm excited for him. I'm excited for you. He's a great guy. He's one of the most earnest friends I've ever had in my life, and when I say that, I mean like even knowing myself, like you know There's some people who, it's not that they're deceptive, it's just that they don't wear their hearts on their sleeves, they might be a little guarded, or they might be more concerned with what people think, so they kind of put up fronts. Like, we've all had friends like that, we've all been that friend, but DLG, man, he really just, he's right there, he's right out in the open. He's a deep thinker, and he's a deep feeler, and he's one of my best friends. So again, happy for the both of you, and I hope to get a chance to meet you soon. Simpler is always better. Yeah, that's kind of the trick, particularly when it comes to, because like when I started looking at Twitch logos, and casting no aspersions, naming no names, but you look around at Twitch logos, particularly for painters, like every single logo is the same. They go to Fiverr, they find somebody who does Twitch logos, and they get like a little, just in a relationship moving in, Roland, but they get a little logo that's like a chibi cartoon version of themselves, and they're like jumping through the logo, or they've got like a cartoon paintbrush in one hand, or they're wearing like, or it's like a knight's helmet or something, like, and you get the two-tone text, you know, and it's always got the little sweep to it, and it's their whole name. It's like 30 fucking characters in this tiny little logo. I hate those. You know the one I'm talking about. Without naming any names, you know the one I'm talking about. Some of you might actually have that logo. And in that case, well, you know, what can I say? Ion Raptor, welcome in. How you doing, Ion? Yeah, you definitely need something simple. Something simple, something memorable, which is kind of what's so perfect about the Thunderhead, is that it's the same purpose as a brand. You needed something simple, unique, and recognizable, so people would be like, oh, that cow belongs to such and such. We've just advanced it a little bit. I think we need a chibi version of Thunderhead. So that exists, Hamburg, and that's actually in my project list currently that I'm trying to get to. The chibi version of me is, of course, Blunderthud, which, if you're not familiar with it, I suggest you go check out Siestineta Rio's art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Fox in the shape of an S, flat design. Simple's always better. Simple's always better, White Fox. I agree, Automat. That's why I say I got very lucky. I didn't have to put much thought into it. It just kind of worked. I was saying something before this and I forgot what it was. I guess it couldn't have been that important. When I finish my coffee, we'll do a little bit of sculpting. Getting things squared away for your first stream in 6 months tomorrow. Fuck yeah. Guys, if you're not following Ion Raptor, go give this man a follow. If you enjoy 3D sculpting, that's a stream you need to be in, particularly if you're a Battletech fan. Yeah, go check out him, Automat. You know what it is for me, negative charisma? You know what I realized? When that lesson started to sink in was when I bought a set of dice from one of my favorite local game stores that I was frequenting in San Antonio. And it was Dragon's Lair. And I collect dice from all the game shops that I go to. Hang on, I missed something. Oh yeah, no, 3D printing is the future of the hobby. I don't know exactly what form that future takes yet. That's what I keep saying. If I knew the business model that is going to take 3D printing from a hobby into the texture of wargaming, if I knew that business model, I'd be doing it and I'd be rich. I don't know it. Whoever figures it out is going to be that rich man, a smarter man than me. But yeah, I always collect dice from every game store that I play at, and I picked some up from Tabletop when they still existed, and it was like a shield said Tabletop, had a couple dice on it. It worked. It was okay. You can tell what it is. They became, I'm glad to hear that. False alarms they're not good, but better. Then that became Court of Gamers, who had like a cog. And that's kind of a cool set of dice. I picked up some from Night's Watch, they've been in chat a number of times. Theirs is fairly simple. It's, God, excuse me. Diaphragm today. It's like a KW inside of a shield, like a crest, fairly recognizable on a set of dice. But then I picked up a set of dice from Dragon's Lair, and I should get a picture of them, because I've still got them. I've got all my dice. I should go take a picture of these dice, because you can't, like, if you didn't know that it was from a shop called Dragon's Lair, you'd look at the 6, the etched logo, and just go, well, that's just nonsense. Because it's like a shield with a dragon coming out of it with individual scales on it reaching over like a crystal ball, and then it says Dragon's Lair completely, and it's like on a die. It looks like scrambled eggs. Yeah, it's terrible. I guess it works well enough for the business. Obviously they haven't gone out of business. But then when I put my logo on a set of dice, I was like, oh yeah, that's the business right there. Hey, that works, Ion Raptor. Shit, I'll be there, man. Make sure you post up. Maybe we can boost that signal a little bit on Discord and other socials. Yeah, I mean, you know, nobody listens to me, though, negative charisma, and if they did listen to me, they would just do it, not credit me, and pay me no money, so. I think it's a great idea, particularly since you can work it into, like, you know, the bullshit lore of the setting. You're like, oh, it's an STC machine. Buy the STC templates, and we'll print you out a Lehman Russ tank from our STC machine. They will do that. Inevitably, that'll be part of it. They'll use that voice. Yeah, I wish they'd do it. I wish they'd get on board with it instead of, because like I said, with technology, you can try to stand in front of it and get run over, or you can get on board and try to help steer it. And they're just trying to slow it down, and it's a mistake they're going to survive. Oh shit! You know what happened? Guys? Maelstrom's Edge released their version 2 rules, and I'm really, really excited about it. And I'm just going to say right now, if there's anybody out there who happens to be listening who is like, I like science fiction tabletop wargaming, but you find that you're not super attached to the specifics of the Warhammer 40k setting, you like a more balanced, more reactive, more objective-based game system, and you want to support some, like, really, really cool dudes, go check out Maelstrom's Edge, because I've been waiting a long time for the version 2 of their rules, because there were some substantive changes that need made. I reviewed them last night. They have made them. The new game system is so fucking good, and I'm really, really excited to dive back in and try it out with my painted Karist Enclave and Empyrean Foundation forces. Datron Voltari, welcome in. Spoke to a lady named Crystal Ball today. Oh, okay. Were you at like an incense shop? I'm glad to hear that, Ion Raptor. Those dice are rolling well. I've done my job, which apparently was to weight the dice. Xander Shade, welcome in. Your veterinarian's name is Callie Dragonslayer. Wait, her last name is Dragonslayer? Did she change it to, like... Okay, the question... The question has to be, did she change her name to Dragonslayer, or did her parents change their name to Dragonslayer? What generation does the dorkery come in where someone says, my name should be Dragonslayer? Or is this, like, is it a genuine name? I suppose it's possible, you know, like you've got Thatchers and you've got Smiths and you've got Fassbenders out there, all these profession names. Maybe they're descended from, like, St. George, I don't know. She didn't pay her bill. Oh, fuck her. I guess she couldn't see that in her crystal ball. Ask the movie companies how well blocking VHS worked for them. A lot of them survived it, unfortunately. I was not talking... No, I was saying that the Night's Watch dice are actually pretty nice. That's what I said, WJ. Pun expected, welcome in. The future of the hobby in 3D printing could be successful through a subscription model. Like I said, White Fox, I don't know what the business model is yet that makes 3D printing successful in the business, in the industry. I don't know what it is. If I knew what it was, I'd be doing it. We are all living in the Wild West of 3D printing right now, and we're just gonna keep trying new things, and eventually something's gonna stick. I don't think it's the Patreon model. I fucking hate the Patreon model. The Patreon model is very popular right now. I did to Square because the napalm dumping rules, the hit and run rules, are actually affected by the new defensive shooting rules, which are improved. And I probably shouldn't get napalmed quite as hard in my next game of Maelstrom's Edge as I did in the one several years ago. Who did you say was Scrambled Eggs dice? That was WJ. That's Dragon's Lair. And I don't even think I'm still in contact with anybody who worked at Dragon's Lair. Fuck them. I'm sorry. No, not fuck them. That's mean. They're nice people, but their logo's awful. Do we have multiple bots today, or did you have some pun expected? I think we just got one that just got booted right out. Bots. You know, bots. That's how you know you made it. That's how you know you're a real streamer, is some non-existent asshole in India wants to sell you non-existent follows. You want to buy some meaningless numbers to go under your name on Twitch? Followers don't mean anything. Like, I'm not saying I don't value my followers. I value all of my viewers. But I feel like there's this tendency, particularly when you're new on Twitch, to focus on getting that follower number up. And I think it's boosted by the fact that you have to get, 50 followers to make it to affiliate. But I'm telling you, once you've been streaming for a while, that follower number doesn't mean shit compared to your regular view number. I love watching it. I love watching it go up. But we need, you know what we need? We need artists. We need hobbyists. We need interested parties who want to hang out and chat and participate, and you can't fucking buy those, man. I'm not a big fan of the Merlin. You know what? I'm going to be drinking a bit of water tonight, I'll have you know. And I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking, man. I don't like the Patreon model of 3D printing. It's very popular right now. It's an easy way for someone with no real overhead, which is most of us working in 3D modeling, to sit at home and pull in a little bit of passive income a month at a time. I think that it gets perverted into something weird when you get teams of people doing Patreons, and I don't know. I don't judge anyone who has one, but I just can't. I couldn't do a Patreon. I really couldn't. The idea of... Because kind of the hope in the Patreon, the unspoken desire of the Patreon holder is that you'll forget you subscribe to them. And you won't pull your subscription when otherwise you might have. And then you just won't notice. Like, oh, it's only $5 a month. You're not going to notice that much money. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that. I don't want that. You have any idea how like, nervous that would make me? I would feel obligated to produce things every single month. And you know what? Sometimes months go by where I'm not producing shit. I'm not gonna dump that on people. When I say subscription, I mean similar to what you said. Stores pay a sub to the company in order to print and sell models. Yeah, that's pretty legit. SG. I'm fine with that model. I'm just old and kind of stodgy about things like Patreon and Kickstarter. I don't know. Yeah, negative charisma. There's something else about the current 3D printing revolution. There are a lot of files out there. And I think those of us who 3D print things for wargaming, we have so many files that, like, I know I have many, many files that I have never printed. They're just, like, archived, and I paid for them, and I'm like, I'm totally going to build a board out of that, and then I forget that I have it. It's crazy. Again, I don't know what the future looks like. What program to use for modeling? Getting into it again after getting a degree in it 18 years ago. White Fox SG, I am partial to Fusion 360. And today I'm going to be using some Zbrush. I also like Nomad Sculpt. I've been doing Nomad Sculpt lately on my iPad, and that's actually a pretty good piece of software. Hey, the big companies have adopted this when they don't need to at all. Yeah, big companies doing Kickstarters really tweaks my nipples, and in a specifically bad way. In a negative way. Yeah, I guess that's true, White Fox, but it's just like... That's what I mean, like, if they're running their Patreon ethically, that's fine. I don't really have much of an opinion on it. It's just I personally don't think that meshes very well with the way that I work. I like to make things and then put them up for sale. I don't like the idea of selling the promise that I'm gonna make something. I like the idea of, I made this, do you want it? Yes, you give me money, I give you thing, transaction complete. I'm very, very comfortable with that economic model. It's subjective, Datron Voltari. There are some that certainly do operate that way. I don't mean to say that every Patreon is hoping you're gonna give them money for nothing. I'm just saying I've been a part of some that have, and well, depends on the individual. How do I feel about the Stream Elements monthly donation? What the fuck is that? Stream Elements has a monthly donation? I don't pay them anything. Can you set it up to do monthly donations through Stream Elements? I don't like it. Don't do it. Are STL files becoming the new pile of shame? The external hard drive of shame, Hamburg Tack. Totally different thing. Adobe Modeler? That's interesting. I need to look into that. They've got a pretty good general sort of software environment over at Adobe. Don't mind when big companies do Kickstarters if it means some of the teams in the big companies get given more permission to make games that aren't sequels. Well, I could see that. Most of them do previews far in advance. It's just, you know, if people are able to work that way and keep producing, more power to them. All I'm saying is, I don't think I can. Yeah, Blender is a wonderful choice. Blender is... I'm almost ashamed of myself for not using Blender. Because it's free and it's open source and it's going to stay that way and it's a powerful piece of software. But my attitude is, like, I'm perfectly willing to pay a little bit of money to get all the added quality of life benefits that I get from more specific pieces of software, as well as paying essentially for things like customer support. I'm just okay with it. I totally understand if somebody doesn't want to, if somebody's all about DIY open source, then fuck yeah, go learn Blender. All I know is that every time I use Blender, I go a little cross-eyed. It's a wonderful piece of software. Well, that's on you, Ion Raptors. Xander Shade, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you for the support, man. Late day delivering pizzas. Deliver me one. Bring me a pizza. Fuck, keep your sub. Bring me a pizza. Started listening to a LawTube stream till an hour and a half ago. Hey man, I'll be here and I'll be fooling around. I never would, WJ. I never would. GeoHex, you know, GeoHex is still being made for a reason. I'm not personally a fan of GeoHex, but like the idea of saying there's any one thing in wargaming, any one model, any one style of play that is superior, it seems to ignore the fact that we're playing fucking games. Like, everybody's got their preferences, man. I'm gonna check that out after the stream, Squarepeg. I'm interested. You have to get some plugins to get the same feature set. Yeah, and people do charge for the plugins. Yeah, don't flip the table. You're gonna ruin your GeoHex if you go flipping tables. Alright. Let's get back to work. I've got the camera, by the way, for the 3D printer today. Oh shit, I didn't update my STL command. Oh well. Well, let's switch over. Why don't we do that? So, the 3D printer camera up there today, that is the first print on the new Neptune 2. I built that fucker yesterday and got it set up and did just a couple of priming tests and got it all leveled. And this is the first print, and that is a set of Battletech Hills that I sculpted earlier today. It's not the one that's on the screen right now. The one that's on the screen right now is currently being printed on the other printer that's above that, on the shelf up from that one. So I'm printing 2 hills at once right now. And I need to get my third printer operational. I'm going to drag it out to the workshop tonight, I think. Have I seen the Ender 3 S1? I don't know that I have. Is that new? What does it have? Kellis Rain, how you doing today, man? You know, oh my god, Merlin models. I feel that, man. I feel that. I really do. I try very hard to... I think a lot of it is the way people say things. There is a way to say, I don't like this thing, that makes you sound like a fucking asshole, and there's a way to say, I don't like this thing, that is just a realistic claim of preference, and it can be tricky to balance that, particularly when you're speaking live. When you're speaking to people live, it's very easy to shove your foot all the way to the back of your throat. I have a good amount of practice with public speaking, and, well, people are going to laugh at me for even pretending to say this because some of the bullshit that's coming out of my mouth on stream. I do tend to think about what I'm saying before I say it and try to be very, very considered. But it is important to me. It's just important to me as a person that I don't blow smoke up anybody's ass. And I hate... It's such a bad feeling. We've all done it. I know I've done it. Where somebody asks your opinion of something and you have a negative opinion about it, but you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, you don't want to cause a problem, or you just don't want to rock the boat. So you're like, it's okay. It's all right. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You know, yeah, it's good. It's good. And afterwards you feel like a dick because you're like, it's not good. It has problems. I just try to be honest. Oh, you know what, Merlin? Let me go get a beer. I've only got one right now. I'll have more in the immediate future. Someone's out shopping. I'll be right back. Well, you know, Sir Bedwear, it's not just diplomacy, in my opinion, because diplomacy has a connotation of, as I said, trying not to rock the boat, trying to keep things peaceful. Also, Mango Cheesecake, I hope that you find this informative and interesting as we work tonight. I think part of the real problem that we have with communication, part of the real problem that we as human beings have with communicating with one another, with making with articulating our thoughts clearly, is that kind of as a species, as a people, we are stupid and petty and self-interested and vindictive. And as a petty, vindictive, self-interested person, I have put a great deal of thought into not appearing to be any of these things. So maybe what I'm saying is that you're right. There is an element of diplomacy there. I suppose that's kind of what that is. I try to avoid appeasement. I've learned a lot about it since doing the Storm Report, because I always try to be honest with the Storm Report. I want the Storm Report to be something meaningful and something useful, and part of that is I really try never to tell you guys anything that isn't true. I do not want the Storm Report to be the kind of place where you come and you post things just to get affirmation, and no matter what it is, I go, good job, yay, because sometimes it's not. I do always try to focus on the positives, and when I see something that can be better, I try to go ahead and... You have to pardon that, Zbrush loves to pop up its screensavers. I try to focus on at least being constructive. So I finished this a little bit before the stream started. I need to get the next one loaded up, and we'll just start from scratch. Yeah, I'm with Vergaderung on that one. Broadly speaking, don't trash talk yourself. Just don't fucking do it. Like I said, the world is a shitty, nasty place. The world is a terrible place full of terrible people, and it will tear you down every chance that it gets. You don't have to help it. Trust me, if you're sitting there thinking, but if I don't talk shit about myself, no one will, you're mistaken. Someone will. Don't help them. You can be your own cheerleader. You should be your own cheerleader. If you're not, how do you expect anyone else to be? Even if you're fucking wrong, just go with it. And see, that's a dangerous one, Automat. That's one that I sympathize with. The use of self-deprecation as kind of an icebreaker and to ease things along. I warn against it, because if you say anything enough times, and this goes into like the art of brainwashing, if you say anything enough times, you'll start to believe it, and it doesn't matter how crazy it is. It doesn't matter where the thought started. It doesn't matter however many times you think, well, I could never believe that, because that's nuts. Plenty of people believe plenty of crazy things, and it's not just because of this, but it's largely because they have repeated it enough times and people have repeated it back to them enough times. So don't do that to yourself. Again, the world will do it for you. Don't help it. Don't help it. Alright, that is all the Woodlands Hills. Let's do streams next. I think that one's pretty... yeah, just 1, 2, 3. That's easy peasy. Just a little guy. Oh, we haven't finished it yet, Merlin Models. We did a little bit. Nothing annoys me more than people with massive egos who are constantly high on themselves. Yeah, we don't have any of those around here. Excuse me. Yes. Boop. Let's go ahead and dynamesh this bad boy. There we go. Alright, let me get my tablet. Say no more, say no more. Aye, aye, aye. I'm glad you think so, Automat. I'm really glad you think so. It means my practice has paid off. I've been a real son of a bitch in my life, guys. I don't even pretend to hide it. This is why I firmly believe it's important for everyone to remember that anyone can be this way. I've been a real bastard to people at times in my life. I agree, Vergaderung. I'd be into that. Alright. Let's see if I can remember the process I was working. I'm using my stylus to scratch a little bit of dust off my screen. That's why I was doing that. Pay no attention to the wiggling hill. Egos in Battletech? No, nobody in Battletech has any ego. That's crazy talk. Alright, so let's go ahead and dial that up. And establish our top. This is the most time-consuming part of the process I've developed thus far. The rest of it goes much quicker. But doing your masking right first helps a lot. I always try to get it close to at least 3 edges, because that's going to give a hex base the most stable support. Organic, but not too organic. I finished up Foundation, the first season of Foundation last night. Anybody else watching that one? You know Punished Fink? Here's the thing, Punished Fink. We all do. We all do. The biggest mistake you can make is thinking that you don't have an ego. I mean, particularly, like, streamers. I've said it to people before. Streaming is in itself an act of ego. You can't say, I don't, like, there is fundamentally ego involved in pushing start streaming every single time that you do it. And thinking that you don't have one is what leads you into being quite such a bastard. I don't think there's anything wrong with it either. It's perfectly natural. It's just controlling it that's important. Come on. Rotate where I want you to. Why won't this widget do what I want? There we go. Establish our bottom. Let's turn that off. Having an ego can be a good thing. Letting it control you is not. It can drive you to excel. It can drive you to be the best at what you do. It can also turn you into Elon Musk. Though some might think that's not too bad a thing. If you get lucky enough, you'll at least be rich, huh? It's gotta be worth something. Pondburn, hitting that 23 months, almost 2 years of hanging out. Welcome in, my friend. Oh, that's just the mesh view. This has 245,000 vertices in it at the moment. I'm really lazy with my subdivisions. I usually just use Dynamesh and have it equalize. Is that fully masked? That is. Let's go ahead and make that into a poly group. There we go. So now I've got a poly group on top and bottom. This should keep everything just about the way I want it. Turn that off. And let's switch to clay. Make sure that's at Z sub. Masked by polygroups up to 100. And here we go. Knock this down to the general shape I want it to be. Smooth it out a bit. I'm glad to hear so, Merlin Model. I maintain that, you know, PDF, I was actually looking at... Vergaderung has me really jealous of the arm that he has for his tablet right now. I'll probably end up doing something like that. Oh my god, Roland. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's terrible. Oh my god, Vergaderung. Please tell me you decimated that file before you released it. 1.7 million on some smoke? That's insane. That is an unnecessary number of vertices. Oh, Project Dark Fox, thank you. Ugh. Well, no, you know, if I sit kind of like this, it's actually better. I do need, like, a little stand to hold it, like, right about here. Hey, I'm thinking about maybe a little swing arm or something like that. God damn, Roland, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. That's... oh, God. Oh, no. Fuck the world, man. It's fucking terrible. But you know, Merlin, like I was saying, the ultimate goal of this stream, if what I'm doing helps other people's creativity flow a little bit easier, that's awesome. That's all I need to know, man. That's the business. But yeah, I'm with you, Vergaderung. Ultimately, the purpose of me streaming is just kind of to keep me working and to relax me a little bit and make some procedural by rote stuff a little less fucking boring, you know? Alright. So that's our edges, for the most part, knocked off. I'm saving tools like this. Let's see... because I can come back in and do different textures on them later. It's really easy to save ZBrush tools as you work. Be against you making a command which links to my SDLs for your stream? Please, feel free. I'm not going to say no to that. Thought the Genetic Dynasty plot in Foundation was better than the Seldom plot. Yeah, on the subject of Foundation to Square, I think everybody has this opinion right now. The Genetic Dynasty Emperor Cleon plot is like the only thing in the show worth watching. I was kind of annoyed with the show up until the end of episode 8, and my wife was in the kitchen. And I just said to her, because I was just thinking about it, I was like, you know, I think I might hate this show. And she just started laughing, because I've just been watching the shit out of it. But yeah, end of episode 8, all the bullshit with, like, Hardin wakes up on the bridge of the Invictus and then just kind of leaves everybody lying on the ground unconscious, but probably returning to consciousness and maybe crazy, but that's not really defined. And she gets on a ship, and then the other guy shows up and he's fine because there's no consequences to anything that happened in the previous episodes. And they go down to the planet and just everybody's knocked out because of the null field, which I don't know why it exists, and she just leaves everybody lying there. There's like all of her enemies are unconscious, all of her friends are unconscious, and she just leaves them there and goes to the vault, and she has to cast a magic spell to open the vault by taking the Psychohistory Prime, what's it called? And she's got to like tap it, right? And then she do the little secret code and throw it up in the air. So it's like, it's not psychohistory that solved anything. It's just having a magical key MacGuffin that opened up the vault. And I was just like, I was so frustrated with the show by this point, because like everybody wakes up and oh, what do you know, all the bad guys who you just left lying there with their guns are suddenly pointing their guns at you. Like, yeah, no shit they're doing that's some really, like, what, oh my god. So then they hold her hostage, but then the other lady holds somebody else hostage, and it's a series of situations where somebody points a gun at someone and goes, do what I want you to do or I'll kill you, and it's obvious they're gonna kill them anyway, but the person still does what they want, and this happens like 3 times in a row. But first they hold her hostage on the planet, and then the Lancers show up and they hold the other people. They land and they get out of their ships, and then they point guns at them. And they're like, put your guns down. So they put their guns down. But then the other lady lands in her ship and points guns at the second people and says, put your guns down and pick your guns up. So they put their guns down and they pick their guns up. And by this time, I'm like, I want to punch a hole in my fucking screen. It is some of the worst, just most asinine writing that I have experienced in television in well over a year. I was really irritated. But then in that same episode, we have that amazing scene where Emperor Cleon, Brother Day, is telling that woman, the one who tried to kidnap Brother Dawn, and he's like, he sits her down, and he's just like, okay, so you tried to take something precious from me. Well, guess what? We have identified your genetic lineage back as far as we could through the generations, and identified every single person who shares your genealogy who is alive on the planet today. We have also identified everybody that you have any contact with, all of your friends, their extended families, everyone who might have ever passed through your circle of influence, everyone essentially who would ever remember that you were a person if you were to disappear tomorrow. It comes out to, there's like 1,580 something people. And he's like, we have particle cannons trained on all of them now, and killing each and every one of them is as easy as, oh, and they've all been silenced. It's like, wait, what? Like, oh my god, what? You absolute fucking maniac. I thought that was great. That was magnificent. So yeah, basically anything that has to do with the genetic dynasty plot, I'm into. I even liked all the stuff to do with walking the spiral, with Emperor Cleon realizing he might not have a soul and the impact that that's had on him as a person. Like, it's interesting stuff. And I wish we got more of that. Because everything to do with Selden and Hardin and Gale is just puerile, sappy gobbledygook. And listening to Jared Harris come strolling out of a monument at the end, and there's like all these blood enemies pointing guns at each other, and he's just like, oh no, secretly the blood feud that you've had for 3 generations was a lie. And they're all like, oh, I believe you. I believe you, sir. I'm gonna give up on my blood feud because this random hologram just told me that I was full of shit. Okay, that's easy. It was one of the worst resolutions. I'm very frustrated with the show. I realize that I'm kind of just rambling about it incoherently. But as I said, I'm very frustrated with it right now. All right. Let's do a little bit more here. Let's shrink this down a little bit. There we go. And take some chunks out of this. I find the show very frustrating, is what I'm trying to illustrate. What I'm trying to get across at the moment. Oops, didn't want to do that. Let's fix that. That must be a funny bit of my masking. I'll fix that in a bit. Can we talk about The Expanse? There's only 2 episodes of the new season. There's not much to talk about. Hey, what's up, O'Coral? New season of The Expanse is good so far, with the notable exception that each episode has begun with a funny little vignette story about a little girl on one of the terraformed exoplanets from the Ring Gates. And it's a story about her developing a friendship with some alien birds and some kind of butt-faced alien dog. And I hate it. Like, the rest of the show is good. It's just as good as the other seasons so far, and I've really been enjoying it. But every single time we're stuck in that storyline, I'm like yelling at the screen, why is this not over yet? Why are we here? What the hell is going on? I really, really hope that story ends with her getting turned into like a techno-zombie. Because that child is too stupid to live. And so far all she's done is kill some native birds by feeding them Earth protein bars. And then there's like this really vague explanation about like, everything on this planet evolved from a different starting point than it did on Earth, therefore everything that we have is toxic to life here, and everything here is toxic to us. But please, child, go, run, play in the toxic forest, breathe in the pollens, touch the plants. For some reason this isn't gonna kill you, even though we just said that it would? I'm really very confused by that story. It seems way out of place. And as I said, the child and her parents are both too stupid to live. All the Marco Inaro stuff is good. All the Bobby Draper stuff is good. All the Christian Avasarala stuff is good. Like, that's, that's to be expected. But they keep making me spend like 10 to 15 minutes on a storyline that irritates me. Every episode. Marco Inaros' man bun. I like them characterizing Marco Inaros as really more of a wartime leader, and every time somebody wants to talk to him about stuff like, okay, so you're the governor of space now, we need to talk about how we feed people in space, and he like gets a headache and leaves. Every single time. He's like, stop talking to me, stop talking to me about this nerd shit. I want to talk about blowing up people from Earth. It's like the only subject he's interested in, and I think that's pretty okay. Something else I think is pretty okay. Can I talk to you guys about something that's pretty okay? Because Matt Yee's pretty okay. I gotta say, he's an okay guy. He's an okay guy. Particularly when he drops a raid on me like that. Matt Yee, thank you so much. Thanks for bringing your people in. How'd the rest of your stream go, man? Let's make some little adjustments here. Holy moly. Nerd shit reporting. Look at this fucking jabroni. Walter's Workshop, you watching the new episodes, man? We've got new Sunny. Okay, out of 10. Getting real sweaty. How them gobos? You've been working on those for a while. I'm looking forward to seeing the whole collected troop. Alright, let's kill our polygroup mask for the moment. Ease these corners out a bit. You just spend a whole day shooting them? Hell yeah, man. Photography. You have furthered my theory that so much of being an internet paint personality is just taking good photos of your shit. It's so important. Started, but got sidetracked by another new show someone sent me called The Good Place. I feel like somebody said something good about that recently, but I can't remember what it was. Excuse me. I've been trying to watch things on Apple TV since I got it. I got it to watch Foundation. Well, no, that's not true. I got it to watch... Oh, what's it called? The Rob McElhenney Show. Mythic Quest. The first season was called Raven's Banquet. And I really like that show. I think Mythic Quest is pretty great. But since I'm paying for Apple TV, I'm like, oh, I'll watch the other stuff that they got. Why not, right? That's how streaming services work. That's how they get you. And, let's ease that out just a little bit. So I keep trying new stuff. Started watching Foundation when it came out. Have reached the conclusion that Foundation is a big flaming piece of shit, and I'm not going to watch it anymore. I finished the first season, and I'm just like, if the only thing I'm watching this show is to watch Lee Pace be dramatic, which is essentially what it is, I'm like, skip it. I watched For All Mankind. That show's fucking great. For All Mankind's really good. He's not really a bad guy, Walter's Workshop. He's a bad guy in the same sense that, like, Ryan from The Office is a bad guy. You know? Which is to say, not really. Alright, let's do a little bit more masking and then do some final detailing. Like it so much I can't remember the name. Well, you know, I'm getting older. What do you want from me? Dial our size up a little bit here. And I'm just going to go around the corner to start. With that done, come down into a nice side view. Make this smaller. keep the parts that I like here. One picture. You can composite it though. There's nothing wrong with that. I've been watching Hawkeye a little bit, and while I think Hawkeye is terrible, I don't hate it. See, there's a difference. Like, I don't even think Foundation is that bad of a show. I just hate it. And then I think that Hawkeye is a bad show, but I don't hate it. Like, Hawkeye is stupid and really, really poorly written, and I'm still, like, chuckling as I watch it. I'm like, whatever. There's a scene when he fires an arrow up, or he has rich white girl fire an arrow up so it arcs down at the bridge, and he pulls out another arrow. Kate, there we go. He pulls out another arrow and knocks it, and it says "Pim" in big letters on the side, which I'm just like, oh, oh no, oh, what are we doing? Oh, fuck. And he shoots the Pim particle arrow, and it makes the other arrow giant, and then it, like, blows up a car. And they never deal with the fact that he just caused millions and millions of dollars in damage to city and private property. It's just like, giant arrow! We're moving on! It was silly as shit. Stop it. I gotta set it up so that Zbrush doesn't go to its screensaver quite so quickly. I get everything I want? Let's see. A little more here. Go. Let's go ahead and make that a poly group. There we go. There's the texture I was using. There it is. Set our poly group mask all the way back up. And texture away. Ooh, that one went a little funky, didn't it? But yeah, like, because I think Foundation is a really well-made show. It's very technically competent. And I think that if it was just its own show, it would be kind of fine, but maybe if you've never read any of Asimov's writing, it might be perfectly fine. And as a fan of Asimov, I have to note that I recognize that Foundation is essentially unfilmable the way that it's written. When they said, we're making a Foundation series, I thought to myself, like, I don't know how the hell that's gonna work. I don't know how you film Foundation. Foundation is a story that has no characters in it. So I don't know how you do that. Their answer was, well, we're just going to make everything up. We're just going to completely invent everything on the spot. And about half of what they've invented is kind of interesting, and I really wish the show was just about Emperor Cleon and the Genetic Dynasty. I feel like that would be a much more interesting show. But it's everything else where they treat psychohistory like magic, and they have characters that can predict the future with magic? That I'm like, fuck this. Just fuck this story. It's nonsense, and it's insulting to the memory of what it claims to be adapting. Riot Sister.
Hello there.
How you doing there, Riot Sister? How's your day going? Well, T-Square Foundation is much more like a, it reads more like an anthology than a narrative. It's a bunch of little stories with disconnected characters set somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 150 years apart from one another. And the first whole chunk of them in Foundation, really, is just sort of proving that it's talking about psychohistory and proving that psychohistory works within the context of the story. And Foundation, if you just watch the show, you'd come out of it with the notion that psychohistory is bullshit and doesn't work because it keeps not working and people with magic powers have to come in and fix it. It's like, okay. Well, that's fucking awesome, Riot Sister. I'm glad to hear that. Welcome in, Pigpen. There we go. Only a little bit left to go now, then. Bullshit magic powers. How you doing, Happy Heretic? Yeah, whereas the show is all drama, Automat, and some of it is compelling and a lot of it just isn't. There's a fucking scene when Gale is on a ship heading to Second Foundation with the AI version of Harry Seldon, where they're getting hit by asteroid debris and the shield is deflecting most of it, but like a couple tiny pieces of it get through and puncture through the hull. And there's literally a scene where Gale deflects. She turns and deflects with like a piece of hull plating, a tiny rock coming at her through the hull. And it's supposed to be this moment where Harry's like, "Oh, it's amazing. It's like you're using math in some predictive, intuitive way that I don't even understand." And I'm like, that's not using math in a predictive, intuitive way. That's fucking magic. There is no mathematical model in any theorized, scientifically reasonable future where a human mind can tell that a tiny micro fragment of an asteroid is going to be the single one that penetrates a shield and the hull and it's going to come at her and she can block it before it gets to her. That's fucking magic. That's just predicting, that's just seeing the future. It's like this show is being written by mouth-breathing fucking morons. Like, you know, David S. Goyer. So I guess, yes, it is. David Goyer, who only has a fucking career because he attached himself to Christopher Nolan. Sorry, I find it very frustrating, and this is a case where I'm genuinely irritated by something because I love what it comes from. I was a huge fan of Foundation. I'm still to this day an Asimov fan. Get that, nah, WJ, get that shit out of here. That's not sufficiently advanced science. That's nonsense. Like the number of scientific leaps you would have to make genetically. I mean, like, she doesn't even have the sensory organs or level of perception necessary to gather the information that she would then analyze to turn into the predictive model which would cause her to do that. It's just magic. And it's fucking irritating. The funny thing is that there are people with mind powers in the story of Foundation. Within the original story, there are people with unpredictable psychic powers. It's a big part of the story with the mule later on, who literally has mind control abilities. In fact, that's the point of the story where Seldon's plan starts to break down, because he didn't predict the rise of psychically talented people. And, like, it would be one thing if the showrunners were, like, smart enough to play on that, but they're not. It's just stupid. Anyway, I've pretty much given up on that show. Alright, there's a hill. Let's save this bad boy. And we're only at 245,000 vertices over here. Oh, Zbrush, did you just crash? Don't crash. Okay, it didn't. Thought it might have. And also to you, Riot Sister. I got autosave. I got autosave. We just had one, and I just saved. We're good. Alright, let me update my size. Ratios. Let's come down here to the decimator. Let's bring ourselves down to 75,000 and see how we look. So yeah, I'm very frustrated by Foundation. I don't think I'm going to bother continuing to watch it. I am excited for All Mankind Season 3, whenever that comes around. I don't even know when that's going to be starting. To Square, thank you. I have this bad habit of tucking one of my feet under my butt when I sit doing this, and oh, that torques my spine up real bad. Time travel is the most overused plot device. It's I don't have a problem with time travel as a concept, Pigpen. The problem is just that so often it's used to cover up for sloppy writing, and that is a problem. Down to 75,000 and looking pretty good. This is a small file. I wonder if I could take it down to 35k without looking awful. Let's try it. Oh, that's 35k. It really doesn't look bad. It doesn't look too jaggy or anything. That should only be a couple of megabytes. Groovy. Let's export it. Save. And we're done. Let's do another one. Same process. 400,000. It's a good start. Those three. Okay. They should be fine for Godarun. I might... If I test them... See, this is why I save at every single level. If I test print them, and I don't like them how they look, I'll just come back into the iterative save tool and deepen them a little bit. It's not even hard to do. One of the most important things I've learned about 3D sculpting, specifically for 3D printing, is just save iteratively. Every step of the way, every single time that you hit a plateau, not a plateau, but like a milestone in your file, save it. Save it not just as an STL or an OBJ, but save it as a project file. And then you can just open it right back up and you don't have to do a lot of processing or anything. Well, this is a discussion that I'm willing to have up to a point because I try to avoid getting into ridiculous conversations about this agenda, that agenda, what somebody considers to be the, you know, particularly when we're talking about society. Everybody's got different opinions and we're so divided these days, but That being said, I absolutely recognize that there is a level of disingenuity when it comes to the corporate pushing of social agendas. Even social notions that I agree with firmly, it annoys me when I see things like, I mean, and not to harp on one that everybody has already harped on, but between like but just Disney in general. Disney is a soulless, money-grubbing organization. Disney is, if it's not evil, it's real close to it. Disney is a terrible organization. And it reminds me of, like, to reference something that happened a long time ago and people lost their minds about, like when Captain Marvel came out and they were like, finally a female superhero. And I'm like, yeah, go get your social empowerment from a soulless corporate organization that doesn't give a shit about you? Like, do you think Disney gives a crap about women? Disney doesn't give a shit about anything other than money. If they think you'll pay for it, they'll give it to you. They don't care what the hell it is. If we're looking to Disney for our social progressivism, we are fucked. And that has nothing to do with whether you approve of any given message. That's just like, that's the wrong fucking place. It's about as inorganic as it can possibly get. And that kind of crap does annoy me. Again, in that case, not the message, but the people spreading it. Because the only message that Disney wants to spread is, give me your money. They have weaponized our own childhoods and our own values against us. It is a disturbing trend. But I don't want to get too deep in on that subject because people have opinions, and those opinions are inevitably dog shit. Especially mine. Oh, thank you to Squirt. Yeah, I do need to set this up on like a articulated arm or something. I was actually looking at some earlier. I think I'm going to have an arm mounted on the left side of my desk so that I can kind of swing this into place right here. Well, you know, I can kick my feet up and actually be in a decent position, but then I gotta like sit back up when I want to use the keyboard. It's not perfect yet. Oh, not at all, Sumatha. I never mind. And guys, I only hate Disney because I grew up in Florida and watched them slowly purchase, like, the things they've done to that state are fucking unbelievable. They are bizarrely in control of what goes on down there. And I just don't want anyone to ever make the mistake, because I see people, I've known people get really excited about everything that Disney does, and I don't mean to shit on anybody's just raw excitement for something that relatively doesn't matter. I caution people against Disney, because, like, you think they're not a problem now, but you really want to live in a world where one company owns the rights to every major piece of entertainment? Where one singular, monolithic conglomerate run by focus groups and content aggregation algorithms decides what entertainment is? Because, man, we are dangerously close to that world. Disney just prints money now. Make a polygroup. Yeah, I know. I know, it's real edgy, it's real unique for somebody to be like, oh, Disney's bad. That's right up there with the hot take that Amazon are bad guys. I'm laying down some pretty fringe stuff, not mainstream opinions at all. Oh, you're absolutely right, Fink. I'm telling you guys, it all seems like fun and games now. Give it another 20 years. Because I don't know specifically what the problem's going to be, but I'm telling you, Disney's going to be a real big problem at some point. That's a lot of plastic, Brigada. Yeah, I was thinking, though, an arm that just attaches to the pole that I have my monitors on right now, because it's a big, sturdy one. Automat, you're speaking to the you're speaking to the cynic in me right now, and I can't disagree with you. But I try not to feed the cynic. I try to feed the optimist. Unfortunately, there isn't much food for him. Not much to nourish the optimism when it comes to. Oh man, I've been making this same argument and running around like beating the same dead horse in Citizens United, and nothing's changed. So obviously, it's going to be me complaining about it on the internet that saves us. We just got to keep the dream alive, guys. You gotta carry the fire yourself. I try. I love that scene at the end of The Road. I know everybody says The Road is such a depressing movie, and I just don't see it the same way. I find such inspiration in The Road, but that last scene with the boy when he meets up with Guy Pearce and he asks him, hey, you carry the fire? Because you're kind of weirded out, ain't you, kid? Yeah, I carry the fire. It's a good mindset, pun expected. I can respect that. The problem is that I don't have my remove mask key combination set up. Oh wait, no, I'm lying. I do. I just have to push 2 buttons. I'm a little dumb. If that hasn't been made apparent by the last hour of my rambling. But you know, if you want the condensed Thunderhead experience, everything's stupid. And you should feel bad for liking things. That's Thunderhead abridged. But essentially what you're gonna get. Alright, make that a poly group. Polygroup masking is on. Get the feeling after a while all of us miniature nerds end up looking alike. That's only because that absolutely happens. To Square, I'm glad you liked it. That was fun. I like Travis over there at Renegade HPG. Really, Datron, I quite like that movie. Now, I've never read The Road. I have not read the book, The Road. I've only seen the movie, and I really liked it. I don't, like, love it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, it's a masterpiece. It's just kind of a feel-good movie for me. I should tell you how bad I usually feel. Why is my rotation point all the way over there? That's crazy. It should be the last place. Okay, there it is. Usually the rotation point is the last place that your stylus was on your object. For some reason, that got way offset.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I can and I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I can and I will. My lines are clearly defined. Violet Evergarden is your feel-good series. I still haven't watched all of Violet Evergarden. I watched the first few episodes of it. And it's one of those where I'm like, this seems like something that I would enjoy. I should continue watching this, and I just never do. I've watched the first two episodes, like 4 times. Eventually, I'm gonna have to actually do it. Have I seen the new Robert Eggers movie trailer, The Northman? I haven't watched the trailer yet. I saw that it's out. I feel particularly like I should watch Violet Evergarden because of what happened with that arsonist and the animation studio, because that shit is fucking crazy and super duper tragic. And the knowledge that, like, we probably won't get anything else out of that animation studio really makes me sad. Smooth you out a bit. And I mean, the animation they did was fantastic. It's a beautiful show, and the writing is very compelling. So yeah, eventually I'll have to actually watch it. I'm not like a huge anime watcher. I watch some. I know lately I've been talking about Attack on Titan, because the part 2 of the 4th season starts in January, so it's kind of on my mind. They're doing great. I haven't, That's actually really good information, Bolt Thrower, because I don't follow the details of that story. I remember when it happened, and after the number of people that died, I just kind of figured they might fold. That they have not is actually pretty great, and I'm glad to hear that. That's the first I've heard of it, Bolt Thrower, and I'm really, really glad to hear it. I just kind of assumed that might be I mean, for a lot of companies, that would have been the end of it right there. People would have gone on to would have moved on to other companies and other projects. That was one of those incidents that's just like, oh shit. Nobody would have blamed anyone for, like, not even wanting to be, like, you know... I can see never ever just wanting to move on with your life into literally anything else after experiencing something like that. Well, apparently I do. I had heard very, very good things about employee experiences at that company. That was something that came out around the time that the arson incident happened. People were like, that really sucks, because they treat their employees really fucking well, and everybody really loves working for them. It's certainly true that I underestimate Japanese business culture. The few times that I've really delved into learning anything about Japanese culture in general, I've come to the realization of just how fucking ignorant and how removed I am. It's a whole different way of looking at things. Yeah, Sumitha, you were talking about that the other day. I'm gonna have to give... I've seen that title a number of times, and it's an easy one to remember, because you're like, wait, what? And it obviously sounds fucking silly as hell, and like nothing that I would really enjoy watching, but based on your recommendation, I'll give it a shot. Like I said, I'm not a big anime watcher. Not that I avoid anime by any stretch of the imagination. I have watched a number of them over the years. I'm a story guy. I like a good story, and I don't really care what medium it's being told in, whether it be live action or animated. But I don't like follow anime studios, so a lot slips by my radar. Hey, what's up, Arkudaki? Yeah, it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't sound like something I'd enjoy based on the title. I'm more easily drawn into titles like Violet Evergarden because I'm just a big, pretentious fucking art house dork who likes to masquerade as somebody who's into schlock. Alright, let's save this step here. Nope, come back. There we go. I can't wait to learn what the rest of that sentence is, Xander Shade. Shrink that down a little bit there. There we go. The anime adaptation of The Count of Monte Cristo that exists? I guess that isn't too surprising. It's a very dramatic story. Still some good ones out there, and oldie but goodie was Now and Then, here and there. Never seen it. I was a big fan of Steins Gate. I have thoroughly enjoyed Psycho Pass Season 1. I'm currently a pretty big fan of, and have been for a number of years, Attack on Titan. But I mean, that's like saying, I thoroughly enjoy drinking water and breathing oxygen. Fucking everybody loves Attack on Titan. Oh, good reason, in my opinion. I like a good mecha anime. I was a decently big fan of Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. I thought it was kind of a, in many ways, just a retelling of Mobile Suit Gundam, but in a much more condensed way. Oh, Coral doesn't like Attack on Titan. That's okay. We forgive you. Acting was incredible, and the hallucinogenic vibe really took me away. That is amazingly... That is immediately interesting. It's okay now, guys. Night Watch Games is here. We can start the actual stream. I've just been bullshitting you this whole time. We haven't really been streaming. We've been waiting. What's up? How you doing, Night Watch? Hope things are going well for y'all down there. Finally, it is rough, isn't it, Merlin? Pretending that you're in a stream or having fun while really you're just kind of treading water. Kills the soul a bit. Ease some of these details out a little bit. This got pretty sharp in here. Deepen some of these. Oh, wow. I missed a spot here, didn't I? I did indeed. No big deal. No big deal. Haven't seen much good new anime in a while. Like I said, I'm never really clear on what it is that's coming out because I don't follow it all that much. I rely on other people to tell me what's good so I can go give it a try. Hey, welcome in, Gene Slicer. Joined up to host a mega LARP called Heinafall. Never heard of it, but interesting. If you guys are hosting it, man, there's some lucky LARPers out there. I never joined in any of the D&D games you guys used to host in that awesome main room of yours, but the stories that came out of it always seemed like a damn good time. Alright. Let's turn off our polygroup masking. Smooth a few corners out here. I definitely do. I definitely do, given that I don't actually know who that is. A good milsim is 100% level. Well, yeah, that's you call it milsim, but it falls under the umbrella of a LARP. If you're a part of a milsim that isn't a LARP, that's just called like being in the military, and it sucks. It actually doing milsim activities that aren't sim is awful. It's a miserable, horrible thing that nobody wants to do. Because if you fuck it up, you're kind of just like dead. But when it's playtime, it can be fun. Alright, need to do a little bit more masking here. Ooh, hang on a second. I need to grab something to drink. Folks, give me... Whoa, don't knock that bottle over. That would be embarrassing. I do. I'm gonna get myself a nice swing arm for this thing. How did I learn 3D model? I'm entirely self-taught, Nightwatch. I've just been kind of messing with it and learning tasks as I need to know them. That, up there on the printer above my head is a hill that I made earlier today. We've done one so far, and we're about to finish this one up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab something to drink. I'll be right back, folks. I actually went AFK there for a minute because I knew you were coming, Hathrir. It was an incredibly well-timed gag. Let's try some alternative positioning here. If I can avoid rolling over my own cables. God damn it. There we go. Why do I have so many cables? Why am I tethered to literally everything? Oh, God. Ugh. Yeah, let's get that proper relaxation going here. This is what everybody wants to see, I'm sure. Is my big gangly ass feet up on the fucking desk. Whatever. This is work. We're working. I'm terrible at airsoft. I'm terrible at paintball too. I'm better at turn-based stuff. Stick with XCOM. Do some real life XCOM, you know, where you run into a room and you have like a referee. He's like, everybody freeze. Now decide what your move is. You have half an hour. I would thrive in that environment. I think it might defeat the purpose, though. Live turn-based airsoft game. You like determine percentages for if a hit's gonna land, and you're like, I take the 75% one. And then a judge like rolls a die, and he's like, alright, you have to stand there and get shot. He succeeded. It's a critical, so he's gonna do it in your face. Please present your face for shooting. I don't think I'd play that game. That seems like a terrible game. GW made a stripped-down version of Kill Team called Fire Team. They sell at Barnes & Noble as an Assault Intercessor and Warriors. Is it legitimately a different game, Bahamut, or is it just like a stripped-down version of the same rules? I'll take this moment to mention again that Spiral Arm Studios, owned by the guys who do... What's the website? Is it Daka Daka? I think it's Daka Daka. They've released the beta for their version 2 rules of Maelstrom's Edge, a game that I cannot recommend enough. I really, really like that game. Worth checking out if you've ever heard of Maelstrom's Edge. If you haven't, it's still worth checking out. I think it's a pretty excellent game. Cheap to get into, too. A little difficult to find games of, because almost nobody plays it, but, you know. It's a boxed game like Space Marine Adventures. Oh, so it's not really like a game that they're going to support and continue to release stuff for so much as it's like an entry version of Kill Team, I would think. It's 2:53 a.m. here and I can't sleep, so instead I'm in my first ever Twitch stream. Of all the ones you could pick. Of all the ones you could pick, AJ Wheezy. This is going to give you a terrible impression of what Twitch streams are like. Most of them are like 19-year-old girls who will absolutely giggle and flirt if you give them subs. I mean, I'll giggle and flirt, but, like, you know, this is what you're getting. So, you know, as long as you're okay with that. My hot tub streams get weird, baby. That's not true. There are plenty of streams that are fat, bearded guys doing nerdy shit. This just happens to be one of them. Welcome in. Oh my god. Please tell me I can undo what I just did. Oh, thank god. I was like, that's incredibly stupid what just happened there. Oh, I gotta get back to my keyboard for a minute. I feel represented. Make that a poly group. Really? I'm glad to hear that somebody does. Welcome in, AJ. I'd love to do more pre-recorded content and more YouTube stuff. The problem is I'm just not good at it. But, you know, we keep trying new things. We keep trying to grow, so... Well, you are, Hathrir. I was thinking specifically of you when I said that. Aren't you sitting around today watching Star Trek? What would General Martok do? That's the real question. Feel free, Bahamut. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Martok would, like, he'd give the eye, he'd give you the, and then he'd phase into the, and he'd slap you on the arm. Or you're thinking of Galron, Sumitha. You might be thinking of Galron. Because Galron would give you the... Yeah. Oh, we're going to do some detailing up there, too. But the idea that this is more of a layer of dirt and rock sitting on top of heavily eroded outcrop. We'll get some detailing up there, too. Not too much, because that's the functional piece of the terrain. That's where mechs have to stand, so I tend to leave it pretty simple. How you doing, Zbrush? Hang on, let me click on this here real quick. Warhammer 40k Fire Team. Oh yeah, it's just like 5 Marines and 10 Necron Warriors and some Scarabs, huh? Comes with a little map. Does the box turn into terrain like it did with that one set? Oh, it's like... Interesting. It looks like it runs on a hex board. Huh. Well, that's cool. I've always felt like Kill Team is one of the better versions of 40k that exists. I like back and forth skirmish games like that. It's one of the reasons that I like Maelstrom's Edge. Low model count, back and forth activations. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Largely objective-based reinforcements rules. You'd think they paid me money, but they don't. I just like their game. And thank you so much for getting that shout out done, Riot Sister. Need to get the stuff I've got painted before I buy models for kills. Chat, are you listening to this guy? Did you see what he just wrote? Oh my god. I don't have the button that I want to push here set up. It's for my other overlay. To express my incredulity at this notion of painting all the models you have before you get new ones. That is a novel idea, and I wish you luck with that. Endless Rage, welcome in, man. How you doing?
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
An endless pile of unpainted shame. I'm gonna listen to Vergaderung, and I'm gonna up my intensity just a little bit here. If it's too deep, I can always make it more shallow. That's not hard to do. Trickier to make it deeper without coming back, though. Have all your Marines built and primed. That's where the vast majority of the models that I own are. Pile of potential. There we go. There's that optimism, pun expected. I remember when I got a 3D printer, I told myself that I was going to try that again. Like, I won't print new things until I've painted the ones that I have. And that lasted no time at all. I might have a little bit of a problem. Arkudaki, get yourself something to eat, man. Bring me something. Give me some fried chicken. Fucking spicy. To build up the Necron warriors, get them painted. At least Necrons are pretty simple to paint for the most part. Hey, what's up, Heretic Scott? How you doing, man? Yeah, it's understandable, Project Dark Fox. And sometimes the best thing is to kind of pour ourselves into what art we've got. Up and down at the moment, just taking each day as it comes. We've all been there. Heretic Scott, some of us are there most of the time. I sympathize, my friend. Remove some of these blemishes from the top. There, that's looking nice. Yeah, that should do it. Time to process and save. 400,000, you say? I'm thinking 75K will do us. Process away. Hey, what's up, Terrain? I'm glad you're enjoying Dougram. I know that it takes a little, like, you know... you start watching that show, and within the first episode, they're all singing some ridiculous fucking song about the dog faces the west and his tail points east and praising the sun and shit. And it's like, what the hell am I watching? You kind of got to stick with it. It gets, particularly once you get like halfway through the series, it continues to change in ways that you really don't expect. Oh, we're at 75K. Let's see what 35K looks like. If I can get it It's a bit of an obsession of mine with my personal files now to get them as compact as I can. Ugh, that's a bit jaggy, isn't it? $35K is a bit jaggy. We're gonna go with $75K. I think that looks pretty good. Export to STL. And streams Hill 2. Save that. Let me check my file sizes really quick. It was, in the context of the story, Automats, it's like they're revolutionary fighters resisting, it's essentially like the American colonies and their relationship with the British Empire, but in space and with robots. And they're the sort of the resistance fighters who are fighting to own the land that they live on and that they've helped to terraform. But the song is because it's sort of a point through which a bunch of really, really disparate people from different backgrounds connect to one another, because it's a song that they all remembered singing when they were in grade school, even though they went to different schools. It was just a common, childhood song. So they all kind of sing it together as a show of unity. But the song itself is a little incomprehensible. Let me check my file sizes here. Streams, sculpted. The first one is 3 megabytes, the second one is 7 megabytes. I am fine with that. Alright, let's do another one. Dynamesh it up. 400,000. Not bad. Why won't you? There we go. Oh, excuse me. Alright, back to masking. Those 4. Dugrum really is a great story. If you stick with it, I warn people. Like, I feel like they tell you kind of right in the beginning that it's going to have a bittersweet ending, because the show starts with Canary wandering through the desert and encountering the wreckage of the Dugrum, which has been just sort of slumped. Yeah, the song is silly. The machine, the Dugrum, that the show is about, is just sort of slumped over in the desert. Its paint has been sandblasted off by years and years of just being out there by itself. It's one of my favorite, one of the most evocative images in the show. I made a mini based on it, if you go check out my Thingiverse. And she kind of looks up at it and tries to remember how things were back when, all of her friends were together and they were fighting for something that meant something. So then it flashes back to the beginning of the revolution, but it tells you right up front, it's like, the Dugrum is destined to be abandoned and forgotten in the desert. That's what happens. And you get kind of so caught up in the revolution that it's easy to forget that, but the end of the story was always going to be kind of a bitter one. And ultimately, the peace that they fight to achieve, it was never going to be as ideal as they had hoped. It was never going to be an absolute victory. It's a wonderful story, though. Oh, yeah, no, that is the Doug room. Yeah. The song is no worse than Yankee Doodle Dandy, and it's used to... Yeah, in fact, that's a great comparison, Datron Voltari. It is a lot like singing Yankee Doodle Dandy, and in the context of it, like, even the characters think it's kind of funny. Because it's like, this is just a song that we all know, despite the fact that we all come from different strata. Everybody except maybe Kryn. I don't know, does Kryn know that song? I don't remember him singing along with them. I think he learns it while he's hanging out with them. He's the only non-native Deloyeran in the crew, so... And you're gonna get sick and tired of listening to Kryn and Daisy say one another's names and Daisy fantasizing about meeting up with Kryn again and them, their young love blossoming on the battlefield, but that story did not go where I thought it was gonna go. At all. That story is less about idealized young love and more about young people growing up the hard way. One of the things I really love about using this tablet for this program is how responsive it is to pressure from the stylus. I can really get different effects just by pressing a little harder or releasing a little bit more. I like the comparison also because, like Yankee Doodle Dandy, the song only makes sense if you know the cultural and historical background behind it. And no one remembers it, so it just becomes a funny song. Yeah, I think it's actually a really good comparison, Datron. Already expecting them to meet up a lot later in the episodes and both realize the person they thought about is gone, having changed into someone new they didn't know. And it's not just that terrain, it's the person that they thought the other is different, and they are very different. Daisy, weirdly, is one of my favorite characters later on. She sees a lot of shit running around on Deloyer, hanging out with wartime reporters. There's a little bit like of the Vietnam photographer in her. What was the name of that photographer? Who took photos of the Battle of La Drang Valley in Vietnam? What was the name of that photographer? Joe Galloway. Yeah. There's a little bit of... There's a character he's a little over the top, but he's a little bit of a Joe Galloway, and she kind of hooks up with him. Didn't fucking Barry Pepper play him in that Mel Gibson movie? Whatever happened to Barry Pepper? I remember him being around for a while, and then he just kind of up and vanished. Is he a Scientologist? So many of those assholes. I mean, I guess, you know what? I'm gonna guess that Barry Pepper is a Scientologist because he was in that fucking awful Battlefield Earth movie. Oh, make that a polygroup. fix something before I do that. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Now I'll make it a poly group. That's a bit much. Let's ease up. Barry Pepper won a Razzie for the Battlefield Earth movie. God, that movie was so bad. So bad. Good Morning Vietnam is legitimately a great movie. I'm still... I still, like, even after as long as it's been, I'm still struggling with Robin Williams movies, though. I don't usually get hit that hard by celebrity deaths and enjoying the body of their work. But Robin Williams still gets me. Doesn't seem to be a Scientologist. Well, that's good. Maybe that's why he disappeared. Maybe the Scientologist buried his fucking career. He'd hardly be the first one. Allegedly, I gotta use the magic A word, allegedly, disclaimer, Thunderhead doesn't know anything about Scientologists actually ruining Barry Pepper's career for any reason. Please don't sue me, David Miscavige. Obviously, David Miscavige cares a great deal about my stream, so, you know. Oh, that's rough, Riot Sister. That's real rough. Favorite part of Good Morning Vietnam is the interviews with Adrian Crone, where he says, yeah, where he says if he'd actually pulled most of that shit, he'd still be in jail. It's a little fantastical. Didn't it come out about Robin Williams that he... And now I'm starting to doubt myself and think maybe this is a different celebrity suicide that I'm thinking of. But I feel like, didn't it come out that he had a degenerative disorder? And that he was essentially making the decision to not live through it? Or am I thinking of someone else? I thought so. I thought that was Robin. Like, it didn't come out for a while after his death. But, yeah, everything about it's just tragic. That was just rough because he was so... He brought so much joy to so many of us, you know? Alright, here we go. If you want to be liked by pizza delivery drivers, at least tip the average of... Dude, I always tip. I always tip. Always tip for my pizza delivery. I'm completely on board with the notion that purveyors of food, restaurants, be they sit down or delivery, should just charge more money and pay you fucking people what you deserve. I'm perfectly fine with spending more money, because I just look at it as like, I'm getting a discount on food at your expense. I'm not paying what the food and the service is actually worth. And that kind of pisses me off. I hate that it's pushed onto me, at least in the United States. I can't speak to other, tipping and economic cultures. But it pisses me off that they push the responsibility of ensuring that you get paid what you're worth to my discretion. Because I grew up with some people that used to wield that like a fucking bat. This real attitude of like, well, if you don't serve me just the way I want, I'll show you and I won't tip. And it's not a matter of like, I won't give you extra money. I had to learn later on. It's a matter of like, you won't actually make a reasonable wage at all. And that decision shouldn't be up to me. That's fucking crazy. Don't do that, then I'd have to pay taxes for my tips. You know, we all gotta make sacrifices, Sandershade. I think it'd be more reliable. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff, Terrain. There it is, Lewy body dementia. That's rough. That's real rough. I'm not saying that I, like, watched Disney's Aladdin a whole lot, but, yeah, every time I see, like, a meme about the genie, I'm just like, oh, because I just remember how he just put so many smiles on my face as a kid, you know? And then I think about, like, Bicentennial Man, and I'm like, maybe not all the time. Fuck that movie. Barry Pepper's last movie was in 2019, where he played a father who, along with his daughter and their dog, are hunted by alligators after being trapped in their home during a Category 5 hurricane in Florida. What is that movie called, Terrain? That sounds familiar. Did I see that? Or did I just see a movie like it? There was some stupid shit with, like, alligators in their flooded cellar or something. I did see that movie. Yeah, Crawl. Wow, I saw that movie and I forgot Barry Pepper was in it. That doesn't bode well. You know what movie I watched last night? And this was weird. It was not good. It was really cheesy from what I remember. I watched last night as I was working Overlord, that Bad Robot produced movie about, it's basically just Wolfenstein the movie. And I watched it because I knew that I'd seen it. Like, I remember sitting down to watch it when it first came out. It came out in like 2017, 2018. I know that I watched it, but I had no memory of anything that happened in it. And I still can't figure it out. Like, after watching it again, I'm like, I know I watched this because I remember little parts of it. But it's like it just got erased from my brain. Most of it did. And I kept thinking to myself, well, it must have been bad, because that's what I do with bad movies. I'll usually just black them the fuck out. But people kept telling me that it was good, and I'm like, well, the premise seems solid enough. It seems like something I would enjoy. So I should go back and watch it, and everyone says it's good. And I really fucking liked it. A good Wolfenstein movie or a bad Wolfenstein movie or so bad? I would just say a good Wolfenstein movie, if I got it wrong. It is members of the 101st Airborne Army Air Corps. Wait. No, that wouldn't be Army Air Corps. That's just the 101st Airborne Infantry. Anyway, they, it's the Normandy drop. They've got to drop behind enemy lines for the Normandy beach landings to go off. And this particular squad, and I gotta say, like, this, as I'm watching it, I'm thinking, particularly now, it's like a testament to relatively tight filmmaking. Because I kept pausing it as I'm going through the beginning of the movie and noting, by 4 minutes of runtime, I know who every character is. I know an important personality trait about them. I know what their mission is. The ticking clock in the plot has been established. I know who the main characters are. I know what's going on, and boom, we're going. At 4 minutes. That's pretty impressive. And then what follows are like a series of pretty good action scenes with them, like kind of mundane World War II action scenes with them dropping out of the plane and planes blowing up and finding each other on the ground, people getting killed by Nazis, you know, all the usual stuff, all the hits, all the favorites. And then zombies. Fucking zombies. Really pretty cool zombies. What's his name? Fitz or Simmons? The male half of Fitzsimmons from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. gets injected with zombie juice. And it has this horrifying scene where it's like, it's only destroying the brain that, oh, they said that 1,000 times, unexpected. Like, it's only destroying the brain that kills them. There's literally a great scene where Ian DeCaster, thank you, Fitz. There's a scene where when they're realizing it's zombies, he hears somebody asking for help in French, and he pulls the sheet off of this thing, and it's somebody's severed head with their spinal column, and they're like looking around and asking for help. They're still alive, and it's like, oh, oh my god, like, to establish how undead these things are. And he gets injected with this shit, and there's just this horrifying scene where he comes back from the dead, and he's like, oh, I feel really good, like this is kind of crazy. And he's like, oh, but my head, and he starts flipping out, he starts hammering his head into this into a pillar, and then at one point he snaps his head backward, and it's like he's too strong for his body. Terrain, you're asking the wrong question. Suspend your disbelief. And he snaps his own neck. And like all of his collarbone and everything just breaks, and his head is hanging off backwards, and then he grabs it and he sort of shoves it back into place, but he's still all broken and horrible and in pain, but he can't die. And I was just like, I'm so with the movie by this point. I'm like, oh my god, this is awful. Shut up, Terrain. Stop crapping on my dreams. It doesn't matter. By that point, like, we're already dealing with zombies, man. How they talk with no lungs is really not important. How do they live with no life? Needs more lasers to be as good as Star Wars, though, especially the 4K holiday episode that just got re-released. Wait, did they seriously re-release a remaster of the holiday special? I'm gonna tell you why I love that. If that really happened, do you know how fucking irritated George Lucas is right now? George Lucas famously said during an interview, if I had time and a hammer, I would hunt down and destroy every copy of the Star Wars holiday special. That's amazing. I hope that he knows about it. I have no doubt that he does. With an ego like George Lucas's, I'm sure he tries to pretend like he's not paying attention to what's going on with Star Wars, but oh, he knows everything. I have a hard time believing that they would have done it specifically to troll George Lucas, Nanotanks. I would say they probably did it with just a complete lack of concern for how he might feel about it. That's much more Disney style. Oh, it was fan done. Oh man, that's even worse. Somehow the System Shock rights fell to some insurance company years. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? What about System Shock? I love System Shock and System Shock 2. I think I'm like one of dozens of people on the planet now who still thinks of BioShock in the context of being a spiritual successor to System Shock and not just the prequel to BioShock Infinite. I must have missed the beginning. There are dozens of us. Dozens! Wait, are you fucking with me right now, Gene Slicer? Is there actually a new System Shock game coming out in 2022? Don't play with me. No. I feel like you might be fucking with me. And you shouldn't. You should know that you're playing with my heart right now. I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread them beneath your feet. Tread softly, Gene Slicer, for you tread upon my dreams. Please do. I fucking love System. Dude, Shodan is still one of my favorite villains of all time. Even if the ending to System Shock 2 was a bit lame. Like, it was a bit lame by old video game standards, which is really, really good by modern video game standards, because we live in a world where Mass Effect 3 happened years ago. A pathetic creature of meat and bone. Panting and sweating as you run through my corridors. Alright, are you ready? Are you ready for the pop quiz, chat? Bonus points, don't look it up online. What does the acronym Shodan stand for? Go, go, go. Go, go, go. You get an internet high five for getting it right. If you take too long, I'll know you looked it up online. Because, yes, Shodan is an acronym. Actually, that's not technically an acronym, is it? What's the difference? So there's a difference between an acronym and there's another word that is, and the difference is one is just a series of letters and the other is a series of letters that you can say as if it were a word. Initialism. So an initialism you can't say, and an acronym and an acronym you can? Or do I have that mixed up, Riot Sister? Yeah, but that's not it, Nanotanks. Okay, so an acronym is something that you can say, and an initialism is just the letters that don't form a speakable word. So it is an acronym, it's not an initialism. I like the way you think, to Square. Gene Slicer has it right. I'm sorry, Heretic Scott. Heretic Scott got it right first. Yes. Is the Sentient Hyper-Optimized Data Access Network, or Shodan. Also known as the biggest bitch in the galaxy. Oh my god. I had fucking nightmares as a kid. I think it was because I had just watched, like, Superman 3. By the way, welcome in, Squeezel. 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 Squeezel, do I know you? Is there any chance? Or is that just irony? Because that word has significance for me from a long time ago, but it's so... Okay, you would know. You would know. Okay, it's just coincidence then. That's fine. I just thought you might be someone. From another time, another place, another life, really. Yeah, exactly, Sumitha. Yeah, the many. I swear that when I first got introduced to System Shock, it was around the same time that I first watched Superman 3. And there's that one scene in Superman 3, a number of you probably know the one that I'm talking about, where that one lady gets sucked into the computer and it turns her into a cyborg. In an otherwise, like, super goofy movie with Richard Pryor, there's this one scene that I just, like, it fucked me up as a kid. That scene always messed with my head. It was so horrifying. And Shodan does the same thing in the first System Shock. One of the first things that Shodan does when she takes over Citadel Station yeah, that's totally how supercomputers work. always confused Shodan with Durandal from Marathon. That's understandable. It's kind of the same era of gaming. But there is, in the first System Shock, when Shodan takes over Citadel Station, one of the first things Shodan did was hack into because they used, like, nanotech health stations. You would, like, go into a health tube and it would seal over you, and it would use, like, nanobots to just repair you. And she reprogrammed them so that anybody who went into a health station would come out a mindless cyborg instead. And that mindless cyborg's job would be to grab the next person that they saw and shove them into the health station. And then would turn them into a cyborg, and this process just continued. And that whole idea horrified me as a child, and it always made me think of that scene from Superman 3. It's like getting turned into a zombie, but somehow way worse. And there's something just so incredibly perverse about using... Yeah, no, that's exactly... Get back in the nanotube, Zombie Brush! Oh yeah, the many. What always got me in System Shock 2, Heretic Scott, was like you spend some time in System Shock 2 following the worm zombies around, even in the first level, you know, the basic ones with the wrench. And they'd have the one moment that gets me in their idle animations is they'd be standing around, like looking around the hallways trying to find you, and every now and then one of them would stop, and it was like he'd have a little seizure. He'd go like this, and then he would start looking around and be like, "What the hell? Where am I? What's going?" And he'd like look down at his hand and be like, "Oh my god, what the?" And then go and just go back to being a mindless zombie. It was like, ah. Oh no! That's so awful. Well, there's also that, Bahamut. HP MP restored. But you're still hungry. But you're still hungry. Fucking love Chrono Trigger. God, the soundtrack in that game was good, even. Go get yourself some sleep, Terrain. Thanks for being here, man. Midwives. Yeah, those were the nurse cyborgs, Heretic Scott. The cyborg midwives. There was a long time ago, and I don't think I've played it without this pack, because I play System Shock 2 periodically. It's one of my perennials. But there's a retexturing, resurfacing, high-definition pack someone made for it a long time ago. And, yeah, to shoot lasers for some reason. Who the hell knows? Because you needed a ranged enemy. But, yeah, the updated version of the cyborg midwives, they put these faces on them that fucks me up with the updated midwives. Because the old models, like, it's hard to even tell what's going on. But the new cyborg midwife model, she has this... Her face is frozen in this look of shock and horror. Like the last look that they had on their face before they were turned into a murderous cyborg. I still remember that first scene in System Shock 2. I remember the first time it happened, when you catch up to the doctor who you've been talking to over the radio for the duration of the game. And then people like to think that twists like, you know, Would You Kindly from Bioshock, you know, that's one of the greatest twists in video game history. But it's like the signs were there in the writing all the way back through those games. Because there's a moment like that in System Shock 2, where you catch up to the doctor that you've been talking to over the radio this whole time, and it turns out, oh, that's Shodan. Like, the room falls away around you, and Shodan's face comes up, and you're like, oh, no. Oh, no, no. It's water, Merlin. It's water right now. That's the first time you have to fight the cyborg assassins, who aren't scary so much as they're just a huge pain in the ass. I confess I do not like the very ending of System Shock 2. It's the same ending as... Shit, what was the other one? I can't remember. Where Shodan is like, join me, we can combine our efforts and we can be this amazing thing. We can rule the universe working together. And your guy just goes, nah, and shoots her, like, all sarcastically. I'm like, I don't know. That kind of... It wasn't the best ending. They had to think of a way to end it, I suppose, though. It took some of the punch out of the drama, in my opinion. Yeah, I liked the interplay between Shodan and the Annelid worms. I liked the way the story played out, with the many, breaking free of her control and having to play them against one another. I thought all that was cool as hell. And, I'll give them that writing endings is hard work. It's much easier to write a story than it is to end a story. But that never really worked for me. Alright, let me save this version. I smell Zbrush. How you doing, Langwin? Zbrush indeed. Getting some work done today. What time is it anyway? Oh, I got plenty of time. Excellent. There's so many similarities between Bio and System. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, Heretic Scott. But, Bioshock is remembered and System Shock is not. I mean, I guess it is remembered, but... Oh, I strongly disliked Bioshock Infinite. I liked Bioshock, I liked Bioshock 2. Bioshock Infinite lost me so quickly. I would complain about it extensively, as I am wont to do, but it was literally so long ago that I no longer even remember what I disliked about it. I never beat the game. I got a ways into it, I got frustrated with it, and I dropped it. I'm making some hills for Battletech. They're Hex Hills. Oh, I'm all masked up, baby. I got my poly group set. I'm just removing material right now. This isn't final texturing. We've done about 3 hills so far in this stream. I got my process down pretty good. Oh yeah. You'll see. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the thought. I'm literally just removing material to make a rough concave surface. Huge fan of Infinite, but the DLC wasn't a huge fan of Infinite, but the DLC was really good. I wouldn't know about the DLC. XCOM 2 mods that give voice packs for that game series, including Shodan, and cosmetic packs that include the Shodan face paint. Ooh, really? Do these hills have eyes? We can give them like little googly eyes. That'll make you happy, zombie. I tend to leave this rough surface and not bother smoothing it because the mask over a rough surface creates a really nice diversity. Dan Arashi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Zombie Brush, missed your hydrate. I'm on water tonight. I'm waiting for some beer to show up. Was that my cat? What a bizarre sound. We'll rectify that soon enough, Zombie Brush. It's all looking pretty good. Let's do a little bit of extra masking right quick. Oh, let's turn off our polygroup mask. Zoop. Like so. One more little bit here. Right, get it from the sides. Oh, that's the wrong combination of keys. Tis a bit valid, yes. How you doing, Dr. Rhino? Zbrush is cool. I just never learned it better. Zbrush is a great tool, Dan Arashi. Zbrush is also, I believe, made by fucking aliens? It has so many idiosyncrasies. And when I say that, I mean, like, the nomenclature of the software is fucking bizarre. Their definition of tool and subtool is one of the most initially confusing things. The way that they save files, even down to things like, and you can't see it on my display, but even down to the fact that the menus at the top of the window, it took me the longest time to realize this and why it confused me so much. The menus are alphabetical. They're not arranged in the same way that literally every other menu in every other piece of software has been arranged since the mid-90s. No. They're alphabetical. Which, once you know it, it's not so bad. But until you realize it, it is one of the most fucking confusing things. Because nothing's where it should be. Most of learning ZBrush it's not the art of learning how to 3D sculpt, it's the art of learning how to make fucking sense out of anything ZBrush is doing. Once you get the hang of it, it is a very, very powerful piece of software that does some amazing things really simply. Dr. Rhino, did you finish Season 2, buddy? I told you Close Combat was a great fucking episode, didn't I? Made by the same people as Tinkercad, is it? I'm not sure. It's done by Pixelogic, who unfortunately was recently acquired by Maxon, which is going to result in me probably paying more money to use this software. The smart move is to switch over to Blender, but, you know, I'm not a smart man, so... Yeah, I didn't think they made Tinkercad. But I don't use Tinkercad, so I couldn't have been sure. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, Lord. Well, now I've got myself a nice New Belgium triple, 8.5%. Yeah, that's what it comes down to, Langwin. ZBrush is much more... Blender is powerful, but you've got to put a lot more footwork in on your part to get it to the point where it can do everything that ZBrush just does automatically. It's much more directed. And since I've put in the time to learning ZBrush, Maxon has me right where they want me, which is to say, I'm just going to pay them money to continue using it because I've already invested this much fucking time in learning it. God damn it. And, you know, as long as people keep buying my files, then I can afford to keep using ZBrush and keep making better files. It's a cycle. That's actually a lie, Sheza. I apologize for that. What is printing? That's actually what you're seeing there. That is the first print on my new Elegoo Neptune 2. And that is one of these hills that I made earlier today. I have made 7 hills today. Yeah, better. It's got Decimate. Decimate's the business. I find that I don't have to fight ZBrush anywhere near as much as I have to fight Blender, and that alone is going to keep me using it. Perhaps one day. Perhaps the day will come. The day of shattered polys, when we forsake all oaths and switch from ZBrush to Blender. But it is not this day. This day we sculpt. Alright, let's make that its own poly group. Boop, like so. And now, Let's open up our mask. There it is. Mask by Polly all the way up. And this is the fun part. Whee! It does, yeah. I mean, almost everything has... Any 3D mesh sculpting software is going to have a decimate function or a decimate plugin, one way or the other. I did, Sheza. I replaced my old Ender 3 with another Neptune 2. The storm report's going to make me cry? I don't know if I want to do it then. Eating probably the weirdest flavor crisps I've ever had. Haggis and black pepper flavor. You know, honestly, haggis is not bad. Like, it gets a lot of shit because it's haggis and it's gross. It's one of those, like... It's one of those famine foods that came about and became culturally significant because food hasn't always been this plentiful. I've had a number of different haggises in my life. And my honest opinion of it is that it's not good, but it's not bad either. It's like not particularly tasty, but it's not repellent. It's just kind of, No, I had it in Scotland, Dr. Rhino. I find blood sausage infinitely less tolerable than haggis. And motherfuckers down in England just eat that shit. On the other hand, they can fry up a cod just about any pub you walk into, so I'm not going to complain too much. Yeah, but y'all, like, you guys say pudding, and I think of something in particular, but I know that when you say pudding, you don't mean what I mean when I say pudding. Your version of pudding terrifies me. Steel-cut oats? Okay, will someone explain steel-cut oats to me? Is it literally just a way of cutting oats? I feel like I've had it. I've had steel-cut oats, but, like, I've never understood what it is about them that makes it so special. It's just the texture, isn't it? Maybe I don't know enough about regular old hand-cut oats, or whatever it is that I've been eating. Less mush, more hearty. Okay, yeah, so it's just the texture thing. And that's fine. That's good, you know, I've enjoyed it. I don't fully understand the excitement, but I never minded the texture of kind of mushy oats, so... Go. Let's add a couple of details in here. Real men eat grits. I'll tell you what, Roland, we've been over this. Real men eat whatever the fuck they want. They're rolled through a steel cutter to deal with the husk of the oats. Okay. Steel cut and rolled. They feed you mushy oats and Nam, Thunderhead. Man, I was in Nam in like '98 to start up a sweatshop. That's my Nam experience. No, that's me stealing jokes from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Real men eat lava and piss razor blades. Real men wake up in the morning and just punch themselves in the nuts repeatedly instead of drinking a mug of coffee. What are you spending all that money on coffee for, boy? Only real way to wake up is reach on down there. Get yourself a good handful and give it a twist. That'll wake you up. What you getting, Riot Sister? Bring me some. Hot dogs and mac and cheese? You're going out for hot dogs and mac and cheese? There's some place near you that serves hot dogs and mac and cheese? Because if that's the case, I definitely want to try it. Any chef who's proud enough of his hot dogs and mac and cheese to sell it to me, I'm interested. Oh, stepping out of the stream, not stepping out of the house. Okay, fair enough, Riot Sister. It's a question of phrasing more than anything else. Please do carry on. Smooth a couple blemishes. Buttons on my stylus is getting a little sticky. Thankfully, the stylus is the least expensive part of this whole thing. Maybe I'm pressing it too hard. It's possible. I have a bad habit of doing that. I do the same thing on joysticks. I just push buttons too hard, you know? I am indeed, Greybeard. I am indeed. Are you talking about the one where the Merlin model's the one that was like kind of a sequel? I think I had it on Xbox. You, like, had to collect blood tests because randomly members of your team could become infected and turn into things. And yeah, we're making Battletech Hex Hills over here. Yeah. Pretty decent. Let's go ahead and save this bad boy. Whoop. Move this out of my way. Yeah, long time ago. Long time ago, Merlin models. Twitch viewing habits of Ren from top to bottom. Half bunny, half human who sits in a box. Only for dumb assholes. A nerd who paints minis. Big booba chimera lady. A fucking bee. Girl with an addiction to Hunt Showdown. And Tarkov. And a burb. It's a very specific list of streamers, Ren. How you doing? I remember enjoying it. I don't remember that much about it. I don't feel like it could have been amazing, or I probably would, but I remember enjoying it. Alright, let's save this guy. The first one, yeah, Merlin models. The Thing is one of my favorite movies. The Endless Rage. Here's to you. The John Carpenter's The Thing is one of my favorite movies. I'll tell you, that's something that I really noticed watching Overlord last night. It's got Wyatt Russell in it, and you know we're all familiar with Wyatt Russell now through what is it, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where he plays U.S. Agent. And he's great in that, honestly. I think Wyatt Russell really kills it in that show. But I hadn't really seen him in that much else, and so that's why I went back to watch it. One of the reasons, because I'm like, oh, well, Wyatt Russell's in it. I should give it a chance. Yeah, and that's my point, Merlin models, is he's kind of done his own thing a number of times, but in Overlord in particular, Wyatt Russell is just playing Kurt Russell. There's one scene towards the end when he's like, his eyes are all bloody and he's all beat to shit and he's like, ugh, all tired, you know, like that action hero moment. And it's just like, it looks so much like his father. He looks so much like just Kurt Russell in that moment. It's crazy. I'm trying to keep them very, very precise, Brigada Run, the top divisions, so that it's absolutely clear what they are. So I'm really not messing with them. Let's update our size ratios. And let's hit the Decimation Master. Bring us down to 75k, that seems like the sweet spot. I mean, if Wyatt Russell just wants to carry on playing all the roles that Kurt Russell would play, like, give me a sequel to Escape from New York, Escape from LA, and just cast Wyatt Russell as Snake Plissken. I am so on board. Kurt Russell, Graybeard Ray, Kurt Russell looks more like Kurt Russell now than Kurt Russell has ever looked over the course of being Kurt Russell. Have you seen Bone Tomahawk? If anybody in chat has not seen Bone Tomahawk, first of all, it's kind of stomach-turning in certain parts. It's really a very visceral, brutal movie. And if that is something that you can't handle, don't watch it. But it's a great sort of violent Western-esque movie. And Kurt Russell is in it, and he is just like I said, he is more Kurt Russell now than he has ever been in his entire life. Horror grit, yeah, I could see that. Hit sequel to Escape from New York and Escape from LA, Escape from Tarkov. Fuck Escape from LA. Oh my god, that movie. That movie's a great example of, like, Escape from LA is a terrible, terrible movie, but I love Kurt Russell in it. Like, there's, in that movie, there's nothing wrong with the way that Kurt Russell plays Snake Plissken. It's just that everything else is virtually unwatchable. There's one good scene that there's like two scenes. There's two scenes I can even remember in any way fondly from Escape from LA. Most of them are just complete shit. But there's the one scene when he's like surrounded by goons, and he's got his gun strapped to his leg, and he's like, why don't we make it fair? Bangkok rules. And he picks up this empty can from the ground. He's like, nobody shoots until it hits the ground. And he throws it up in the air, and then he just draws and shoots them all, and then it hits the ground. And he goes, draw. It's so fucking great. It's so Snake Plissken. It's ridiculous. And I love that one scene. And the only other thing in the entire movie that I like is the very, very end of it, where at the end of everything that happens in Escape from LA, and it's like, this is why Snake Plissken defines being an anti-hero to me, is because at the end of everything, he decides to just destroy the world. Like, he has an EMP, he has control of an EMP satellite that is going to EMP the entire world, and they said, like, it'll set us back 200 years! And he just sets it off. Because America's going to use it against other people, and not themselves, but he hits everybody with it. And then the movie ends, it's completely dark across the entire world, and he just, sparks up a cigarette, and he goes, welcome to the human race. And then the movie ends. And I'm like, everything else in this movie was embarrassingly terrible, but somehow you had, two scenes that I really enjoyed. You know what? I do too. I like his style too, Automat.
Like I told my last wife, I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes.
I don't really advise watching Escape from LA even to see those two scenes. Because as I said, the rest of it is terrible. There isn't even much action in Escape from LA. He plays basketball. There's the big scene where he's captured by the bad guy, and he's supposed to have the gladiator fight that he had in Escape from New York, but he just plays basketball. It's Roland. Yes, Bruce Campbell is in the movie, but it is the most worthless use of Bruce Campbell I've ever seen in my fucking life. It's hard to waste Bruce Campbell, and they completely waste him in Escape from LA. Don't even fucking bring that up, WJ. WJ, you... God damn it, Gus is doing it too. Yes. Yes, that does happen. But we don't have to talk about that. Literally ever. We never, for the rest of our lives, have to talk about that scene. And I'm gonna suggest that we don't. It's okay with Merlin models, I love The Thing. I'm a big John Carpenter fan. Everything that John Carpenter did up till the 90s, and then it's everything that John Carpenter did in the 90s was kind of fucking terrible. Did you guys ever see Ghosts of Mars? There's a winner. You're gonna call in your chips for the podcast now? What? In order to cause what madness? To Square, thank you for the reminder. John Carpenter's I don't hate vampires. I don't hate John Carpenter's vampires. It's, it's not a great movie. But there are worse John Carpenter films. Not many, admittedly, but there are worse. And as much of a fan of John Carpenter as I am, like, I really like Assault on Precinct 13, Escape from New York, The Thing, They Live. There are a few movies of his that I haven't actually seen that have been recommended to me. But, I don't know what happened in the 90s. And I'm, weirdly, for being relatively a fan of John Carpenter, I don't like Halloween all that much. I think it's because I'm like a really, really lame motherfucker who is more into Friday the 13th, which is dumber, but also more fun. I'm a big Friday the 13th fan. I don't know, Michael Myers has just never done it for me. And I know, it's like the whole, oh, there's literally no reason for him to be doing what he's doing, and that's what makes him so scary. Yeah, it kind of just makes him boring. I don't know. And that first Halloween movie is just, like, nothing happens in it, and I get that that's the point of it. It's all sort of about the setup and the atmosphere of the movie. But it does essentially nothing for me. But yeah, Ghosts of Mars is a fucking embarrassing movie. Like, it's so bad. Like I said, vampires, not great. There's some things to love in vampires. There is nothing to love in Ghosts of Mars. Ghosts of Mars is almost entirely unwatchable. Hard to get past the James T. Kirk mask for me? Yeah, right? Spray painted white. Don Coscarelli. Languin, help me out. What has he done? Yeah, Assault on Precinct 13 is really fun, Merlin Model. I watched that whole movie just for the scene where the little girl gets blown away. And I know that sounds really, really sick. But it's so... Oh, Phantasm! Okay, I couldn't have put a name to Phantasm, but I have enjoyed several movies from that series. It's just... There's something so... I don't want to say I enjoy it. I want to say it's pleasurable to watch. It's just so... cartoonishly tragic. Because the little girl, like, she gets her ice cream and she walks away, and then the bad guy is holding up the ice cream guy, or he, like, murders him. I don't know, it's been a while since I've watched that beginning part. I just remember she comes back to the ice cream truck and she's like, "Mister, I wanted a vanilla twirl!" And the dude just looks at her and goes, boom, and just shoots her. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, you're just not expecting it. You're worried about it, but you're not really expecting it. And then the rest of the movie's just, it's entertaining nonsense. It is disturbing, Greybeard Ray. And I think that's, you know, John Carpenter had he had a good handle on disturbing when he first got started. The Thing, for instance, is quite disturbing. Stephen Strait as James T. Kirk? I'd watch that. I'd watch that, honestly, because he does a good hardliner, and I know that James T. Kirk, he gets this reputation as, oh, he was banging alien princesses all the time, blah, 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 blah. But, I mean, not really. That happened, like, only a couple of times. And those old episodes had some really, really crazy writing in them anyway. If you really boil down the character of James T. Kirk, he was a hardliner. More often than banging alien princesses, I feel like James T. Kirk was the type who would, like his answer to, there's that one episode where he literally just starts reading aliens the Constitution of the United States. Like, what? Cast is starting to go over the hill, Orson Welles. Ah, the French. Champagne. The tradition of excellence. Please tell me you've all seen that commercial. I really hope you have. Or not the commercial, but, you know, the outtakes from it. I don't remember the name of the champagne brand, but it's Orson Welles. Have I got a funny pixel on here? Seems like I do. It's unfortunate. It's Orson Welles recording for a champagne commercial, and I always feel bad for the co-stars that he has there standing with him, because he's so drunk. He's so drunk. He can barely stand up, and he's trying to record this commercial, and they have so many takes of it. Stephen Strait can only play Jims. Right. Polygroup U. I'm working kind of slow tonight, but at least I'm getting work done. Masked by polygroups. Oh, nope, not 0, 100. Here we go. By him as a much younger James Kirk. I mean, I honestly would not mind a return to some of those characters. As much as I complain about, like, modern takes on Star Trek, I actually never really hated the J.J. Abrams movies all that much. I don't like Star Trek Into Darkness, but that one is particularly egregious in its characterization of, like, Spock, for instance. And it's particularly unoriginal when it comes time to just rip things off from pre-existing Star Trek properties. But the first Star Trek movie from 2009 was perfectly good. And Star Trek Beyond, I thought, was actually a lot of fun. Oh my god, Datron, really? Paul Masson, yeah, that's it. 2009 and Beyond were excellent films. Yes, Wrath of Khan is a fantastic movie. But yeah, I'm sorry, when your idea of Spock as a character in a remake of Wrath of Khan is him, like, jumping off of hover cars during a high-speed chase, punching a man in the face, screaming, "I'm going to kill you, you motherfucker," I'm like, no. No, there's something wrong here. And it was so cheap. And Benedict Cumberbatch, like, I like Benedict Cumberbatch. He's a perfectly fine actor, but that wasn't Khan. Khan wasn't a fucking superhero. He was stronger than the average person, yeah, sure. But he wasn't, like, you know, using a steel I-beam as a bow staff to kill Klingons strong. He was charismatic. And he was strategic. He was a good leader. He was many things that made him very dangerous, but literally a Superman, he was not. Kirk beat him up with a metal pipe in Space Seed. But then, yeah, you watch that, and they pulled that whole bullshit when they were like, "Oh, Benedict Cumberbatch isn't playing Khan. Benedict Cumberbatch isn't playing Khan. I'm playing someone named Chucklefuck Slapdyback," or whatever the fuck the stupid name was. Something Harrison. And then they're just like, "Oh, he's secretly Khan." Like, yeah, we all know. We know. It's not clever. Ugh. But I thought they brought it back together for Beyond. I really enjoyed Beyond. It had some good character moments. Weirdly, I feel like the overall plot, like the big plot of Beyond, was kind of weak. It was just another... the Starfleet captain got abandoned, wants revenge, which they've done that story like 10 times. Which is hyperbole, but they have done it more than once by now, and it's not very interesting. I like the swarm of little ships. I think that was a fun idea. They'd only really done that previously in Voyager. But the character moments were great. I thought that Karl Urban really got a chance to shine as McCoy. And for that matter, Spock was pretty good in that one. If you kind of ignore the overall story. And I appreciated the very natural nods that they made to Star Trek Enterprise in that one with the NX-01 class of ship. Or rather, the NX class of ship. Like shutting my brain off and watching Quinto and Cumberbatch chew scenery. No, that's fine. Honestly, Dr. Rhino, there's nothing... Here's the thing. And I maintain this. As much as I complain about things, and I go, I hate this, and this thing is bad. There's literally nothing wrong with enjoying bad things. I think there's something wrong with saying, like, Star Trek Into Darkness is a good movie, because it objectively isn't. It's a poorly assembled, uninspired trash pile. But that doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it, or that you should feel bad for enjoying it. There are movies out there that are genuinely stupid movies that I really enjoy watching. Marlon, you're out of control. Star Trek Beyond had something truly unique and special when it comes to Star Trek movies, which was a voyage into the unknown. Even if technically someone else did get out there before they did. Yeah, but that's, I agree with you there, Sumitha. It's more the spirit than necessarily the letter, you know? I'm gonna drink some actual water for one of those. Oh, God. Because it's a meme is why. It's about time for the storm report. I've been getting distracted. Let me finish up this hill. This shouldn't take me long to do. It's a small one. Oh God, excuse me. Alright, save this. Well, it's already technically late, Sheza. Bruce Boxleitner joining the cast of the Orville? Really? As who? I like that's pretty cool. What's his name? Seth MacFarlane. Like I said, I genuinely believe that Seth MacFarlane loves not just Star Trek, but bringing in Bruce Boxleitner. Obviously, that whole era of episodic sci-fi. Alright, that done. Bring our polygroups back up. Bring our brush size down, and here we go. Up a little bit. Up a little bit more. Jackie. Get out of there. Don't need no jaggies. Well, WJ, at this point, the Orville is not really... Like, it is comedic, but they only really leaned into the comedy angle of the Orville for, the first part of Season 1. It very quickly became a relatively serious sci-fi show with comedic elements. They've had Victor Garber on a number of times, and Victor Garber has never had to act like a fucking clown. He delivers serious performances. The Orville's a great show. It's not a perfect show by any stretch of the imagination, but, you know, find me one of those. I had my reservations about Seth MacFarlane when he first announced that show, but he has done nothing but please. When I watch the Orville, I believe in my heart of hearts that Seth MacFarlane and I were inspired in... I don't want to say we were inspired in the same way, because that's incredibly presumptuous. Because Seth MacFarlane was inspired in such a way that years later, after watching Star Trek The Next Generation, after watching Babylon 5, after watching Star Trek Deep Space Nine, he went out and created the fucking Orville. I didn't. I just sit around here and go, isn't Star Trek great? So I don't want to say we're inspired in the same way, but clearly both inspired by it. Ease out a couple of these weird jaggies. Alright, do a little masking, take off our polygroup mask. There we go. So I'll just fill this up. No good reason not to. Got a polygroup. There we go. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys. What's up, Avash? How you doing? Wants to do a deep dive on Babylon 5? I would fucking love to. Dr. Rhino, you've seen that they're doing a Babylon 5 remake on the CW, right? Because I'm actually kind of excited about that. Could you imagine if Ricardo Montalban and Andreas Katsoulis had been in a science fiction program? Oh my god. Oh my god. Sploosh. Where's my mask? There it is. I have decent hopes for Babylon 5 on the CW. I know CW gets a lot of shit for doing lots and lots of teen dramas and whatnot, but maybe I'm alone here, but I thought The 100 was some of the best damn sci-fi on television for a number of years there. Now, admittedly, we were in kind of a doldrums where there wasn't much good sci-fi on TV, so it's easy to say something is the best just by existing when nothing else does. But I quite enjoyed The 100. Yeah, it lost its mind in the last season, but the first few seasons were great. Alright, there we go. A little bit of smoothing. A little bit more smoothing. Yeah, I've got one funny pixel on my tablet, and I'm not loving it. It's just one. It is a singular pixel, but... I wonder if I'm still under warranty. It's the kind of thing I want to jump on early. I am glad to hear that, Avash. Here's to you, Dr. Rhino. Yeah, I like to think that J. Michael Straczynski has had a lot of time to think about what he would do differently. Yeah, Sumatha. I mean, this is the thing, like, Star Trek The Next Generation's last season, not great. The final episode was good, All Good Things was good, but most of the rest of that season was kind of nonsense. Oh, thank you so much, Greybeard Ray. Yeah, we're just gonna just keeping on working. I got a lot more of these to do. Babylon 5 kind of lost its mind near the end, but it was going through all sorts of weird budgetary problems too. Like I said, I just hope that. Oh, hey, what's up, Mr. Bot? Fuck you. Get him the fuck out of here. Somebody throw that asshole out. Oh, have I been missing some? Damn it. Well, I'm just gonna finish this beer. I can buy followers, primes, and viewers. Wowee! Why didn't anybody tell me I could just pay to be famous? It's, you know, obviously my life is complete now. Oh, don't knock that over. I've been sitting here like an asshole actually streaming. Apparently I don't have a mod right now. Hang on. Why won't you let me? There it is. Boop. Solved. Okay. Let's save this, and then we'll, I'm going to take a quick bio break, and we're going to roll right on into the storm report. Update my size ratios. I'm gonna bet we can drop down to 35k, and this will look just fine. Process and decimate. Oh, yeah. This looks just fine at 35k. Go ahead and save you. Oh my god, excuse me. Yeah. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Alright, folks, give me just a second. Let me take a quick bio break. We'll come back. We'll roll right into the Storm Report and see what y'all have been sharing. Don't go anywhere. Oh, that's not water, that's urine. Yeah. That's actually a really cool piece of art right there. I like how Zbrush does this. They update their screensavers with stuff that people have submitted to Zbrush Central pretty regularly, so you get to see some interesting stuff. And to be reminded that the primitive way in which you use Zbrush is really just barely scratching the surface of what it can do. Oh god. Oh god, one day I'll be a real artist. Oh Jesus. Oh no. Maybe. Maybe we shall see. Let's go ahead and get the storm report started, shall we?
Alright, locusts and gentlemen, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
I did like President Loki. I'm not really a fan of that show overall. I think it had a lot of fun individual moments in it and a couple of cool episodes. I wish that it hadn't ended with a commercial for more Marvel movies, but I guess at this point, that's just to be expected. Up first, we have from Mafik. While Western Europe having snow, meanwhile in Malaysia, we're having flood season. Oh, excuse me, in Western Malaysia. But we Malaysians have a sense of humor during this time. Small dictionary, banjir in Malay means flood. Oh my god, hang on. I should pause. I should pause this for this. What am I seeing? Malaysian behavior during banjir. Just fishing in the kitchen. What the fuck? Oh my god! Well, you know, make the best out of it, I suppose. Oh, Jesus Christ! I hope that I hope that you're safe, Mafik. I hope everything's well where you are. Yeah, the python is what got me. I was chuckling mildly, and then suddenly there's a python in my kitchen. I'm not okay with that. That's nothing about that is all right. It's hard to say, WJ. We couldn't see their feet. Oh my god. Oh, excuse me. It was a big lizard, Sumitha. I'm not sure if it was a Komodo. There were a few other lizards that could potentially have been. It had the floppy foot movement to it, though. Here we have from Zbrush Studios, start to the Children of the Vault inspired Merc unit. Personal project for once. It's good to see you working on something for yourself, Zombie. Use some shantytown items I had printed for basing to add to the atmosphere. Plan on doing a Borderlands Psycho theme for the mechs. So orange, white, red, and since these are Polygon Masterworks pirate mechs that are cobbled together from other mechs, I'll have some Hyperion doll and other gun company parts and colors added throughout to really push the Borderlands theme. I like it. Polygon does some really, really good work on these more unique sculpts, modified atlases and whatnot. I like this. This is a nice touch. Big ol' stompy boy with an eye patch. Good looking print, I have to say. What is that base made of? Where's that base from? It doesn't look 3D printed. That looks like it's so smooth and so shiny. And Tyre's about to get kicked over. I mean, yeah, probably. In a moment, Sumitha, but we're capturing a moment in time right before that gets stomped on. Yeah, that was my first thought, WJ, is it's probably just a monitor lizard. Yeah, it does. That's what I was thinking. It looks like a cut acrylic base, but it also has this little bit of a lip on the bottom that makes me think cast. That could still be laser cut acrylic if the laser just didn't burn all the way through. I've had some pieces like that. Very shiny. Very shiny and a lovely print, Zbrush. Glad to see you working on some of your own stuff. Here we have from Roland. This These are just fries. These are fries with they have cheese melted on them. Jesus Christ, I can feel my blood pressure rising just looking at this. Looks like a Death Ray Designs black base to you. Do they laser cut their bases, Automat? I've got a number of things from Death Ray Designs, but I've never gotten any of their bases. Poutine? Not fry. What are they, Roland? These look like fries to me. Is this something where it's like it's a particular arrangement of fries and you come up with your own name for it? Yeah, a haystack. It's just a bunch of fries. Spider cookies. That's a terrible name. No. They're cookies. Wait, really? Like this is sweet? You're gonna have to explain that one to me, Roland, because looking at this, I'm assuming savory. Chow mein noodles, peanuts, and melted butterscotch. Oh, okay. I stand corrected. And I never would have guessed. Huh. Actually, kind of does sound good. I've literally never heard of these in my entire life. They do make me want French fries, though. Just broadly speaking. Here we have from M. Oh, I struggled saying N and M right in a row there. NMO Xander Shade. My Leo now has a new perch on top of my webcam, and I purchased an HGRX 78-2 for both myself and my brother, who knows I like the anime. Definitely looking into getting either a master grade or a real grade in the near future. This is incredibly fun. Fun is definitely the point. There are so many model... Oh, he looks happy, doesn't he? He's like, hey, what's up, fellas? I'm up here. Right up until the Gundam even looks at me, and then even the tiny machine guns mounted in its head will cause me to explode violently. Poor little Leo. Oh, he's having a good time, though, isn't he? And good-looking classic Gundam. There's so many Gundam kits. There are so many Gundam kits. Oh, my God. I'm glad that you're having fun building them. I've still got a couple of... I haven't built a model kit like this in years. I picked up a couple from the Max Armor Dugram series that I still need to build. They're just sitting on my shelf. We'll get to it eventually. We'll get to it eventually. We get to everything eventually, right? Sure. Just because I haven't yet doesn't mean I won't. Nice looking figure, Xander Shade. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. You dare refuse my snack all? Don't quite have it down for tonight's report, but next report will have my newest project down at approximately 14 hours of work on a single mini as an all-time high as a storm approaches from the periphery in Battletech. Aw, there's a Jade Falcon cookie. I like how it's kind of angled, too. You got like a 3/4 angle on like a Mad Cat cookie. That's this is fucking silly. Leo's waving to make sure the Gundam knows it's dropped its gun and wants nothing. Yeah, please don't shoot me, is what it's saying. Don't even look at me too aggressively. Like one gun kind of aimed off to the side and then one hanging down. It gives you that 3/4 angle. This is, this is an odd statement for me to make. It's not something I ever saw myself saying. But that's a good-looking battle mech cookie. I'm very curious to see this next project of yours. Amateur Paint Hour. Nice Rakshasa. Is that a Rakshasa? It's not a Rakshasa. I mean, it could be a Rakshasa. I suppose. There's no way to be sure. It could be either. Go right ahead, Roland. I'll take a look at it. There's nothing I can do, WJ. I'm sorry. I don't know how to scare you enough to stop it. The ugly Mad Cat. Mad Cats are ugly. Makes me think of fucking, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze. You take the ugly one. No, you take the ugly one. Which one's the ugly one? It's an awesome... Oh, God. I take back everything nice I said. Here we have from Pixel Gent Negative Charisma. The Queen of Blades. Even as... even as someone who isn't, like, a huge fan of StarCraft 2, and by not a huge fan, I mean I actually quite disliked the Heart of the Swarm storyline from StarCraft 2, Kerrigan is just... like, there's no amount of fucking up that Blizzard can do that will remove Kerrigan from my nostalgia center, you know, that part of my brain. And from this angle, I can pretend that she doesn't have high heels made of chitin. And that's something. Of all the dumb things for me to fixate on that irritated me about StarCraft 2, it was the fact that Kerrigan suddenly had high heels. Like, why would that be the case? There are many things about Kerrigan's infested mutated form that might not make the most sense or might not have a specific reason to be there. But chitinous high heels are aggressive nonsense. They're anti-sense. Yeah, Rule 34. Unfortunately, Ren, yes, that is in fact the reason. Oh my god, is that true? Do I have no mods right now? Stop posting in the Storm Report. It's closed. I don't have the picture. I'm gonna look at who the last post is. It's Nash. Nothing more after Nash. If you post after Nash, I'm not reading it. It's over. Entries are closed. That's a damn good looking... I'm assuming this is a print. I am assuming that what we're looking at here, Negative Charisma, is a print, and it is a lovely and detailed one. So spindly on the big crazy blade wings. Came out nice. Looking forward to seeing some paint go down. Kerrigan is a personal favorite character, and she has lots of purple, which is one of my favorite colors. Because she wanted heels and doesn't have to care because she can fly. Why would she want heels? Why the hell would infested Kerrigan think I would like to have some high heels? Dumb thing to fixate on. But there are many, many other things wrong with the storyline at that point, and that's kind of how my brain works. Like, I'll let shit like that go. Little nits, I won't pick them unless the overall story loses me, and then I just turn into one nitpicking son of a bitch. Well, yeah, Automat, but they're, you know, human beings and not psionic bug queens with no apparent reproductive capacity. Getting a kick from heels is owie. Yeah, definitely it's the kicks that are gonna mess you up and not the giant horrible claws coming out of her back. I'm sure that's what would really get you. Kerrigan used to be human. Oh yes, but like what? If she has that much control over her appearance and she still cares about human, you know what? I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into it, Automat. I'm not going to do it. It just bugs me. Here we have from Sheza. Toss a coin to your custodes playing nerd. Oh, Valley of Plenty, oh, Valley of Plenty. Fuck that song. Gets stuck in my head so easily. That first season, the Dandelion Yasker made... that actor brings so much to that show. It's kind of crazy. Garrett, was a pleasure to paint. Now the temperature needs to warm up so I can print out that AOT bust. Have you checked that out, by the way, Dr. Rhino? At the place that you are at in Season 2, you should now be familiar with the image of that bust. Sheza says that she sent it to you. If you're interested in getting that printed out, and then us doing a paint on that, or doing like a Supercell multi-stream paint, I'd be into that. It's a fantastic bust. It's the armored titan with Mikasa kind of riding around behind him on her ODM gear. But yeah, that's the run from Wall Maria Rose Cena. So it would have been the run from Wall Rose out to Wall Maria. Turns out the Bard himself, he's a Necron player. Wait, is he really? Joey Beatty? Is that like a thing? He's a Necron player? Why is Henry from Cyberlife looking... yeah, it's like an intense stare, right? This is coming together really well, by the way. I like seeing the leather getting actually blocked in now. Does, as I said, a lot to balance just how pale his complexion is. And the yellow eyes really sets it off. Lovely work on this Sheza. Joey Beatty plays Necrons? That wormy little son of a bitch. Of course he does. Lovely work on that, though, Sheza. I just wanted to get a closer look at the... I didn't notice all the texture that the leather had before the black paint went in. Lovely. Here we have from Kursala. Probably won't be here to see you talk about it, but I still wanted to share this wreckage token I finished last night. It was pretty simple, and I had some fun doing it, so I'm definitely going to work it into as many future games as I can. That's nice. You may as well. Little, like, wreckage tokens, objective tokens, stuff like that. There aren't enough of them, and I really need to sit down and do some more like this with my Dugram figures, because I've just got the one that's the Dugram itself, but I've seen people make pretty good use of it. Can we make it a race? No, it's not a competition, Dr. Rhino. The point of the Supercell is for two people to paint the same model while talking about it without looking at what the other person is doing. And then it is comparative, but it's not competitive. It's more to sort of gain an appreciation for how two different people can interpret the same idea in different ways. We're not racing. Because you'll fucking win. That's insane. Wishes to inform all here that he's in great fear for his life since his chain gun was given to the Gundam to dual wield. Oh. Well, again, as long as he's not armed, maybe they'll leave him alone. Unless it's Hero or Trowa or... Unless it's pretty much any Gundam pilot other than Catra. I think Catra might let him live. Duo might let him live. Everyone else would probably kill him just for fun, though. That's this is a good use for failed prints, too. I keep telling myself I should do this more with failed prints. I could turn this into an objective token. I can make this into wreckage. Far too often I end up throwing them away. So major props, Kursala, for actually making use of what would otherwise be waste resin. I know that style of combat. I was just talking to Dr. Rhino about this the other day, and I think I might have forgotten to mention this, Dr. Rhino, but there's that scene in Gundam Wing Endless Waltz, the scene that I hate the most, where Duo has that line about Trowa Barton when he's like, I know who's in that. I know that style of combat. And he's just standing at the end of the hallway with chain guns, just like not moving and firing all his bullets. And like, how do you know that style of combat? Literally anybody in a serpent suit would be doing exactly that same thing. It is a stupid line. And I note it because there is a moment in Attack on Titan where that line fits perfectly. It's like the exact same scene, but done well. Because there's two people who are Titans who are fighting. One doesn't know who the other one is until the other one takes on a very specific fighting stance, which is a Muay Thai stance. And then he doesn't say, I know that style of combat. You just see a look of recognition come over his face when he's like, wait a second. And then he gets his head kicked off. It's the same scene, but done well, as opposed to just complete nonsense. That's a good question, Vergaderung. I don't know. I want to take his face off. We should watch that for one of our movie nights. I haven't seen Face Off in a long time. Check it out, Sumatha. Here we have from Squared. COVID boosters kicking my ass. I'm sorry to hear that. It really knocked me out, too. I can at least base and varnish stuff like my lights for the Resurrected Grey, Death, Legion. Oh, those are looking pretty good. Good job on the... Honestly, this is some good basing. It's subtle. It's a very soft texture, and it's really easy to over-texture at 6mm scale, because you think about it, the grass is a little nuts, but I just assumed that that's like really tall grass. Most grits at 6mm scale, even sand grit, would wind up being like, they'd be like rocks, like an inch across at full size scale. The actual grit for just dirt would be essentially flat. And so this really subtle crackle paint texture is actually well scaled. And I like how they get dirtier the closer you get to the ground. little splash of red in there. Simple, effective, and I'm digging it. Giant shrubbery. You know what? To Square? I'm fine with it. Lost the Tuesday to the COVID booster. Online activity shows I did something on Tuesday, but I have absolutely no idea what. Yeah, it was about 48 hours for me. The COVID booster made me feel like I was dying for about 48 hours. Here we have from Wheezy. This is mainly to say thanks. Aw, you're welcome. I'm not sure what for, but you're welcome. Found your Discord after I fell hard for your Doug Room redesigns. Oh no, this is going to be me reading a bunch of stuff complimenting me, which makes me feel awkward. Posted a photo on a different channel. Someone said I should share it in the Storm Report. I had no idea what that was, or that you streamed on Twitch. Now I share a photo every week or so, and it's a highlight to hear your comments of those and those of the Twitch streamers. I would stream live, but I'm in Germany, so the time zone is a bit rough. There are people in Germany who watch, though. We mostly be streaming to Europeans, but there's a huge audience there. Generally more of the first 10 to watch the recording the next morning. I had never used Twitch before and now look forward to having it on as I check my monitoring email over a cup of coffee. Anyway, thanks for the incredible minis. Thanks for the comments and suggestions, all my minis. Thanks for the community. Thanks for doing the Renegade HPG podcast. Y'all, thank you so much. I adore the compliments, but it's always weird for me to read them out loud. Shared these guys before, but I added them here for attention only. And before you note again the numbers gap, I'm waiting for you to redesign more unseen mechs for the unit. Wheezy, we'll get you taken care of. I don't mind showing them again. You did a great job painting these, and it's just always gratifying to know, because I did these essentially for myself because I love these designs, I love these mechs, I love this classic art style by Kunio Okawara, and it is incredibly gratifying to know that other people like them too. I like particularly that you did the classic Thunderbolt, the classic Bigfoot, with the sort of spread out smoke launchers on the side and the original giant cannon on the arm. Shh, Sumatha. Shh, you're welcome. All in all, though, still lovely work on here. I won't complain about the numbers. I'll just use it as motivation to make more mechs. We've got a couple in the pipeline right now, particularly a Centurion and a Panther that should be following up our Trebuchet. To this day, you've painted more of my mechs than I have, and I love seeing it. I love seeing it. I really do. Thank you for being the angry bald man that made this community. Had I known that people would rally so much around my angsty, edgy need to be the center of attention by hating popular things, I would have done it much sooner. I mean, that part at least has always been true. I still love the lensing that you did on some of these tiny lasers. God damn, they really are a challenge to do, aren't they? Lovely. Datron, I could just do the Macross mechs. I wouldn't redesign them at all. I mean, I didn't redesign these. These are exactly like they were from the anime. I'm not as much of a fan of Macross as I am a fan of Dougram. I don't hate lambs. That's not true, Sumatha. I think they're fucking stupid, but I don't necessarily hate them. There's a difference. And the Veritex at least made some sense within the context of Macross. I don't know if they ever stated it in Macross, but I viewed... They probably did in the first few episodes, but it's been a long time since I've watched it. But the purpose of the Veritech was to give the human fighters a chance to, like, do fisticuffs with the Zentradi. Because the Zentradi were huge. They were about the size of a Veritech transformed into human form, weren't they? Can't wait to see him talk about the new Spider-Man movie. Yeah, I'm just waiting for that to... The new Spider-Man movie should be out on Stars in, like, the next month or two. I think they're saying maybe we'll be able to watch it there by March. So that's when I'm going to see it. I'm not going to the theaters. I've heard good things, though. I've heard lots of good things. I hear that Willem Dafoe is just all up in it, and I'm excited about that. Yeah, if I did it, it would just be the original version, Datron. I don't know, I'll think about it. I will think about it. I've got so much on my plate. Here we have from Ren. I do not think this needs further explanation from me, Thunderbutt. Take it away with the nerd-splanation. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. That is, yeah, that's Akira's bike. Nice. Oh, and such a classic design. Still, that scene. Oh my god, that scene when what's her name just gets crushed by the flesh explosion. Oh my god. It still upsets me to this day. It's so awful. I just think about, like, I guess it would be relatively quick, but it would be horrifying. You know? That's such a cool anime. Yeah, I think it was traumatizing for a lot of us, Mer. That's the thing. I say it, and you immediately know exactly the scene I'm talking about. In fact, you're probably picturing it right now. Because I know I am. We should rewatch that. I guess we could do... I don't know. That's a weird one. It's good, but it's very, very strange. We haven't really done any anime on our Discord movie nights. Not that there aren't some that could fit, but we just haven't, for whatever reason. I'll have to think about it. It's a lovely print, very, very fine, and yeah, it looks like the windshield is actually thin enough that it's kind of transparent with this. Looks like you're using that smoke resin, the same kind, if not the same kind exactly, then a very, very similar type to what Vergaderung has been using. Thunderhead versus Wait, what? We're gonna fight? Watch AOT on movie night. I'm not gonna put the community through Attack on Titan. I don't know. I feel like I encourage people to watch Attack on Titan. It is a great show. It's better than you realize in most cases, but I'm not gonna curate it, you know? Deep Rock Galactic? Yeah, no, that's a game. In Battletech? Do you want to just see us fight? Should Vergaderung come to Colorado and we just set up a camera and we can beat each other up? That's something people would watch? I got the space for it. I'll probably lose, but, you know. We would just be, like, we'd miss each other a lot, and then we'd both get really tired. We'd just be like, ugh. It'd be like that fight in They Live, that classic John Carpenter movie, to bring it back around to something we were already talking about. You know? Where it's like you think the fight is over because everybody's just like slumped against the wall, breathing real heavy, and then suddenly someone just punches the other dude right in the nuts, and it just all starts over again. And nobody can stand up. Got it from a Gaslands Kickstarter, also came with an Optimus Prime War Rig cabin. Damn, nice. It's a very good looking print, Ren. You gonna put some paint down on that bad boy? Because that is a good opportunity to play with your kind of orange reds. Yeah. The paint job on that bike was always hot. Hydration break mid-fight. Damn, let's watch They Live. See, now that I can get on board with. I can get on board with doing, like, in fact, once because we got a few things to watch on the docket for our Discord movie nights. But I could get into some John Carpenter movies. Yeah. I suspect that that's sarcasm, Ren. Yeah, okay. Here we have from Bahamut. Working on some, glowy Necrons. See what you did there. It's a nice touch. So when you're on the table, you can break out your UV flashlight and just show off how cool your Necrons really are. Ren, you have a fantastic night. It's good to see you, man. My problem with Attack on Titan, I think, is I think too much and know enough Japanese history to have seen some unflattering parallels. Datron, those parallels are intentional. Like, I'll just tell you right now, once you get to Season 4, it's very apparent that the story of Attack on Titan, and this is something that we've been talking about on Dr. Rhino's podcast, if you feel like watching that, it's not accidental. Attack on Titan is fundamentally a story about ethno-nationalism, about fascism, about persecution, about propaganda, and about war. It is the story. So if you're seeing those parallels, it's on purpose. And if you haven't watched through to Season 4, Datron, I would contend, I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong, but I would contend that you don't necessarily really understand what's being said about it. But I don't know how much you've seen, so I won't be quite that presumptuous. I've had this conversation with a few people, and more often than not, people go, I got to like season 3 and then I gave up. It's a bit more than that. No, don't go crazy. Just pretend like there are mods here. Everyone be nice. Nice, slick, effective paint job. Love the use of the glow in the dark. And it's good to see you getting some models done, Bahamut. Congratulations. These new Necron models are fucking wild. Nicely done. I'm just going to continue to ignore that, Sheza. Here we have from Avash. Ooh, painting something new today. Working on some Taskmaster from Marvel Crisis Protocol. Damn, that blue is nice. Now, you've had a lot of practice lately, Avash. With these particular colors, with the blue and yellow, you've been doing a lot of this on your Conquest minis. So I feel like that practice is paying off. Because this yellow has some good shading to it, and the blue in particular is very effective. The only Taskmaster Languin, he wasn't in the movie. You know the movie I'm talking about, and he wasn't in it. I don't know the end of the manga, Datrin, and I fully acknowledge that maybe I'll get to it and I'll be like, oh, that might happen, but we'll see. I don't see how, with the contents of Season 4 Part 1, it could go that wrong. Because the messaging seems very clear to me, but it's a complex... I don't want to say it's a complex story. It's a fairly straightforward story, but it is complex subject matter. That's Daler Rowney inks with instant color over it. So I've used some of the Daler Rowney inks, and I can totally believe that. You can get that sort of contrast paint effect out of it. Only a few fighting styles Taskmaster won't copy. Is that true? Whose are they? I have a passing familiarity with Taskmaster as a character. I've always thought he was pretty cool, though. I hope that they actually have Taskmaster at some point, like, actually in the MCU. That would be nice, because, yeah, supposedly he can't do Deadpool. Okay. That's like a meme, though. That's silliness. And Moon Knight? Okay. Moon Knight's a little nuts, isn't he? Moon Knight's another character with whom I have a passing and distant familiarity. But I'm interested to see what, was it Oscar Isaacs is playing him, right? Oscar Isaacs? Jason Isaacs? Oscar Isaac? It's Oscar. That's the one. I'm interested to see what he's doing with it. The Unicorn print, I don't think we've seen that one yet, Gene Slicer. We'll get to it. Let's keep going. This, though, the work you've done on this so far, really, very, very effective. Can't wait to see the finished mini of Ash. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus, our very own Cyber Knight, working on some ornaments for friends and family. I found this model on Thingiverse a couple years ago, but it was a fairly neutral pose. This year, while looking around for new gifts to print, I found that someone had gone and posed the models. So now, printed up 5 sets of them, getting them down to some painting. I can see how this not posed would not be all that exciting, but just a little bit of personality goes a long way. I actually like how jaggy and polygonal the whole thing is. That's pretty cool. Liking the kind of color shift metallics we got going on here, red and black. That's pretty neat. I'm not big on Christmas ornaments or Christmas in general, but these have got a lot of personality. He even painted the toe beans. Oh my god. Oh my god. Plan on posting some spoon pals to show off the colors you're getting from cheaper paint out of your airbrush. I'm very much looking forward to seeing that, Xander Shade. The DiGiorno croissant crust frozen pizza is actually I mean, I could believe that. I like DiGiorno pizzas. I don't get why people shouldn't get a bad rap. Tag you in an Aaron Yeager diorama under the STL Trade and Share channel. Please, please, please take a look at it and let me know what you think. I'll take a look at it, Shazza. Absolutely. Nice paint job on that. The Toby. Yeah, that's what they were saying. I'm gonna... What channel are the toe beans posted in? Because I'm gonna have to go check that out. I remember when Amazon got their one-day shipping and was allowing food, I remember when they did that because I ordered a DiGiorno pizza and had them deliver it to my house. And I did it just because of the goddamn slogan, just to prove them wrong. Because it was delivery and it was DiGiorno. God damn it. Here we have from Dr. Rhino, model number 405 of 2021. Now you're just gloating. Gonna see if I can get to 415 by the end of the year. You make me sick. It's even got heat bluing on the flamers. It was more spite, I think, of Ash. I don't know if it was laziness as much as it was spite. You know they're going to get around that, Riot Sister. I appreciate the effort, but you know they're going to get around that. Oh, such good use of weathering for quick and effective painting. Dr. Rhino. All weapons magnetized, dozer blade dry fit. Oh my god. Why am I so lazy? Why you gotta keep pointing it out, Dr. Rhino? Lovely work on that. Here we have from Merlin Models, Dungeon Bowl treasure chest with a bomb in it. Oh, it's one of those classic, like cartoon bombs, too. Just a big round bomb. Have those bombs ever existed? I imagine that there had to be like a particular war. Maybe somebody was making bombs that looked like this. Nice job. I really, really like the subtle OSL that you have here on the lit fuse. Nice job on the fire with the yellow going up to the red, and then the gold coins, like we have a little bit of the reflection of the fuse right here, and then a little bit of the reflection on the edges of the gold coins. It's subtle, but it's nice. The first Grenadiers. But they would have been like a little hand-size version, right? Yeah, they would be like hand grenades, but not like something like this big, which is always how they were portrayed in cartoons. Convinced Dr. Rhino found the same old man at a crossroads where Peleus found. Yeah, they're not human. They'd have bombs like those for cannons. Wait, is that really a thing? But even then, if they were cannon sized, then they would have been about like this big. Like a couple of handful. Too big to, like, you could hold it in one hand, but it'd be a little large to actually throw. Because a cannonball would have been about this big. But yeah, in Looney Tunes, they always made them like this big. Or in Adam West's Batman, they would be like about like that large. My ignorance of round bombs is clearly disgusting. I love the nice little bits of NMM that you did on these gold coins here, Merlin. Simple. Very, very simple, but very, very effective. Nicely done. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. You realize the last Christian Bale Batman movie ended exactly the same way as... Okay, I guess technically the Adam West Batman movie didn't end with him throwing the bomb off the end of the dock. I'm just saying it had the same damn scene in it. The Batwing carrying a bomb and shooting out into the harbor was the same fucking thing as Adam West with a round bomb held over his head, running down the fisherman's wharf to throw it into the ocean. It was the same thing. Made a deal with the devil to paint fast. Bastard gave me ADHD with a tendency to hyperfixate instead. That hasn't helped me be productive, though. I have similar problems. But you've focused yours. You've weaponized yours. I must learn this power. POW on my coming Facebook page profile pic. Ooh. This is kind of cool. I love the combination of, like, sleek technological pieces down here with the hoses and the plates and the sort of, like, glowing heat. And then old-style, like, dwarven hammer. Nice. Very nice, POW Rogue. Apparently old French mortars had big bombs like that. Really? Huh, interesting. Here we have from Sumitha. Operation Lancaster preview. Well, I swore I'd shared this before, but it's still in my ArtNet not yet seen on Thunderhead stream folder. You have a special folder for that? My god, everyone's more organized than I am. So either I'm mistaken, or the stream where it was shown never got uploaded to YouTube, and that never happens, right, Thunder? You know what? I've got most of them up there. I'm only about 5 short right now. That's what I say. Anywho, tonight I present the Kodiak Assault battle mech known as Goober. The absolutely bonkers livery is representative of the headspace of the pilot named Tolga de Randami. Tolga was once a free Rasselhag Republic pilot, but was taken bondsman by Clan Ghost Bear mech warriors during the clan invasion. Well, the scientists of Clan Ghost Bear were apparently bored one day and decided to see how the enhanced imaging implants would affect a warrior from the inner sphere. As all the warriors who had undergone the implantation procedure had been genetically engineered, or at least members of the clans, evolutionarily separated from the inner sphere for centuries, and it's not really that long in evolutionary terms, but okay. Predictably, it drove him a little crazy over time, just like any other recipient of the infamous implants. They were later removed, but the damage done to his psyche remains. He's still just sane enough to be a good pilot, though he has his nervous tics and personality traits. Understandably, his direct commander keeps him on a short leash on the battlefield. Tolga has retained the Kodiak, which he took from the man who originally claimed him as a bondsman. And now, well, now that both he and his mech are in the service of the Dreadnought Battle Corps, it looks like this. Armed with ER large lasers and a strong arsenal of LRMs, this 100-ton monster is even equipped with mask for a top speed of 86 kilometers per hour, so it can rapidly reposition to provide support fire as needed. Plog, doing plog things. Should be mentioned, this Kodiak was originally created by Goober Gabber of the Critical Rocket livestream crew, and Critical Rocket himself created the pilot profile. Good guys, both of them. Oh man, that is a mess. That's a big boy right there. Just one whole half of the Kodiak is nothing but missiles. Sure, why the fuck not? Oh my god. So much. So much. It reminds me of, like, Maori tattoos. Maori or, yeah. Like tribal war tattoos, you know? They're not even necessarily war tattoos, but just that kind of tribal design, like the fish scale and everything. I mean, it's a hell of a combination of different patterns. It's impressive to me that Plog is able, and I like how he is using negative space to define a lot of the panels in here. You notice that? The edges of the panels, which would normally be black lines, are white lines because of the black patterning. The fact that I'm able to tell where the panels begin and end when they're covered with quite this much, like you can really still read the mech. Plog is very, very talented at what he does. What the fuck is going on with his face? Does he have eyeballs drawn on top of his eyeballs? Oh my god. Oh my god. This hurts to look at. Just a little bit. And a wagging tongue. Oh yeah. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? That's a damn creative design. See, now the trick is, Sumitha, paint it. I want to see that. Did describe the livery to him when I commissioned the piece as something along the lines of an insanely intricate livery in the vein of a bonkers tribal tattoo. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Well, it's really something, Sumitha. Like I said, I want to see somebody paint that bad boy up. Here we have from Automata Americana. Took Thunderhead's advice and gave the model a better color setup, at least when I'm not working on part of it. Don't need to be able to see what's what. Yeah, it's... The space that we designers work in is not necessarily the space that we should share. Anyway, more Thorntail multi-role heavy gunship. Had to resize her today when I realized that she was way too small for a 30-ton VTOL in Battletech. I think people often underestimate. People often underestimate the size of aerospace assets compared... I think that they overestimate the size of mechs, or they underestimate the size of aircraft. Aircraft are fucking huge! Like, fighter jets? Attack helicopters are huge machines, and battle mechs are not that big. Medium battle mechs only stand about 45 feet high, and even assault battle mechs don't go much higher than 50 feet, most of the time. Maybe as high as 55 to 60 feet. But generally speaking, if you take a large battle mech and lay it on its back, it's going to be the size of, or even a little smaller sometimes, than your average fighter jet. That is the subject of some argumentation, Gene Slicer. I have heard, the Atlas in particular is a terrible example because depending on what author you're talking about, Atlases have been everything from 12 to 16 meters tall. But even at its tallest, 16 meters is not that much. Like, that's tall, don't get me wrong, it's big compared to a person, but compared to even a large main battle tank, it's not that much more massive. Like I said, it's a fine distinction, but I feel like a lot of the time people either overestimate the size of mechs, or yeah, exactly, forgot it wrong. It's tall standing up, obviously. If you laid it down, like, yeah, we're just talking pure mass. Or if you took a tank and stood it up on its end. And the truth of it, Sumitha, is yeah, it's not very consistent. You say that, Gene Slicer, but again, I'll bet you can find multiple pseudo-official canon sizes according to the lore for even the Annihilator. It's not as bad as it is in Warhammer 40k. In Warhammer 40k, the Imperator Titan has been, like, depending on the author, it has been everything from the size of a large assault battle mech in Battletech to like a mile high. There's never been any consistency in any of that shit. They couldn't build to a standard height after the Star League standards and measurements were destroyed in the Succession Wars. That's a great excuse to square, I'll accept that. But yeah, this is looking a lot nicer with some other colors on it, man. Fucking wonderful work, particularly in software like that. I want to see it printed. I want to see it printed, Automat. Here we have from Gene Slicer, the unicorn is a Christmas present for my daughter. Nice. And the two tanks I had to completely redo due to it reportedly having the hull that was on a paid-for item, even though I got the file for free from Thingiverse. Well, the redone hull looks good. This is lovely. First of all, it's a good-looking print. I love the use of silver. I'll say your printer's definitely dialed in for all these smooth surfaces to not have any particularly noticeable zits or seams, and then all the nice texturing on the wings. Oh, I hope she loves this. That's nice. Yeah, very, very clean. And using that looks like that silk silver PLA. Printing it again, but in gold. Ooh, that'll look nice. This is one of those styles of print where I can see the benefit to having something with a dual extruder so you could do two different colors. Like do the cloud in silver and then the unicorn in gold, or reverse it. That would look nice. Also, it's a dice tower. Oh, no shit. Well, I guess I can kind of see does it go in the back and then come out right here? Because I can kind of see a little bit of a cut in there. Or does it go in here and come out the butt? I gotta stop thinking about that. That's a terrible idea. Nice looking missile carrier, though. I like this repeated aesthetic with the riveted down plate. We have it on the side here, and the top here. It's not... Okay. If there's something solid, Sumitha, it's no longer farting. Yes, Vergaderung. Why do I suggest these things? Yeah. Yes. Well, it's a nice... That's a lovely tank hull you've come up with there, Gene Slicer. And I really hope that your daughter loves the Dice Tower Unicorn print. It's a lovely, very, very smooth print. I have had much worse looking ones come out of my silk PLA. Did try and make it look like the hull of a Challenger 2. I could kind of see that. Well, I'll buy that. Nice work. Here we have from Vergaderung, no real hobby progress in between work. I should be able to start on more arms and missiles tomorrow, though. Been printing out more of the missile effects, and they are sufficiently printable, I think, with no failures. No failures is, I mean, that's a pretty good rate, to be fair. God damn, that looks nice. Look at all that. I like how you've done it in such a way that you can attach it to any of the individual missile pods you want. And that smoke resin still just looks so damn cool. I was using boron-ass ceramic gray. I should start using something a little bit more interesting, because taking pictures of my prints without paint on them is very, very difficult. You can't make out any detail, but I can actually see these pretty well. I continue to love the way you did the shark mouth on this. The little sort of extra peak that it has there on the side. I don't know, it just gives it so much personality. I can't wait to see. I cannot wait to see what's next, Vergaderone. Keep up the good work. Alright, this is going to be the end of it. This is the end of it. Okay, thank God. Thank you. Thank you, Cyber Knight. You saved the day. Here we have from Avash. Oh shit, it's the Iron Fist. Protector of Kunlun. First of all, this is a fucking great model. I've got my little quibbles about Atomic Mass Games. They're not like my favorite company on the planet. But the one thing, and this seems to be a repeated theme, it's the same with Games Workshop, I can't pretend they don't make good models. Because they really, really do. All their Marvel stuff is fucking gorgeous. This is a wonderful Iron Fist model. I love that he's raised up. And then, yeah, he has the actual Iron Fist, that glowing dragon there with the tail going down to connect him to the base. That's cool as hell. Good job. On the, I'm assuming that they don't have the dragon tattoo raised on his chest. I'm assuming you have to freehand that. And that is a tricky piece of freehand, particularly considering it's a tattoo on a torso that's been contorted off to one side. So getting it precise is not easy. And he's amazing in the game. I should hope so. Iron Fist is supposed to be a nasty hard hitter. Oh, it is imprinted. That's fairly impressive. In that case, that they go ahead and do that. Lovely paint job. I love the fade. I love the yellow through to orange and then to yellow for the glowing actual fist up here. Very nicely done, Avash. Like I said, you've had a lot of practice with yellow lately. I think it's paying off, man. And here we have from Nash, not in stream. Here's a puppy. Oh, you got cute little spots too. Look at that. Oh no. He just wants to be napping, doesn't he? I can think of far worse things. Far, far worse notes. And what is up with the fucking bots tonight? Don't focus on the bots. Just focus on the puppers. That's what's important. Thank you, Riot Sister. Yeah, we've had like 3 bots tonight? That's weird. We'll go long periods of time with no bots. Huh. Does that work? Are there poor, idiotic Twitch streamers out there who those bots show up in chat and they think to themselves, oh joy, I can buy followers, and then they go do it? I mean, they must. If there weren't people falling for it, then they wouldn't keep doing it, right? Stop it. So whoever you are out there, stop doing that. You're annoying the rest of us by encouraging these idiots. I bring pupper. They are soft. Gimishkar, thank you. We're going to be looking into a new pupper here pretty soon. Gwynny needs a fuzzy friend that isn't a cat. She's starting to think she herself is a cat. But that'll bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and as you might have guessed, the end of tonight's stream. Okay. Who are we rating? Who is doing what? It's true, end of January, Merlin Models is going to be our second stream anniversary. I'm pretty excited about it. Who's doing what where? Somebody's doing something someplace. Punished Fink, thank you for hanging out tonight, man. Kale Larson's doing some painting. Magical Hack, Steep T, Jacob Ross, MCB playing some Super People. Not a lot of painters tonight. Keyline Prime is going. Let's see what Kale Larson's doing. Kaylee, whatever. It's the Larson one. Let me see what she's actually up to. Working on some salamanders. Only been going a little while. She can be a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and get a raid going on over there. Why the hell not? I can think of far worse places. Think I may jump on the Conquest bandwagon? Do it. Do it. Do it. You won't. If that's true, though, I'd be very interested to hear what factions you're interested in. Jump onto the Discord. We got a Conquest channel. We'll talk about it. It'll be a good time. Folks, I know a lot of you are probably turning in for the night, but as usual, I do appreciate it if you feel like sticking around for just a minute to go with the raid. Check out the channel. See if you like it. Consider dropping a follow. Follows are free. Ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gentlemex, thank you as always for coming out to the stream. I hope that it was entertaining. I hope that it was mildly informative. I got a lot of actually good work done tonight, so I feel pretty good about that. I will be back. I won't be here Thursday. It's looking like I'm not going to be able to stream Thursday. If that changes, I will make sure I let people know. Oh, she's always pretty hyper. If she's notably hyper, then, oh my god, what are we... okay. I won't be held responsible for what we're going into, chat. Anyway, nothing on Thursday. If we do something Thursday, I'll make sure I let you guys know tomorrow. This Saturday, we're going to be doing Return of the King on Christmas, the 25th. We're going to be watching Return of the King Extended Cut on Discord, so if you want to be there for that, if you got nothing else going on, please join us at the Thunderhead Studio Discord. And then Sunday, I will let you guys know what we're doing before we get there. A huge thank you, as always, to everybody posted in the Storm Report and my amazing mods. I'm going to go get something to eat. So until next time, folks, keep on painting.